As we are once again alive upon the internet. And yeah, we do appear to be alive as we see. Yeah, let's make sure we've everything set up. And actually, yeah, let's double check. Yeah, the category there. Last time I messed that up, so let's double check that. And yeah, we're gonna do some photo shit first, and then we're gonna go and play some video games after. And yeah, I also already saw actually. Is this going the right place? Yeah. So this pop up. And yeah, a lot of chatter about that. We'll see if that what that actually turns out to be in the end. But yeah, we'll look into this when we go to division. It's a short read anyway. But yeah, first some I need to catch up here because yeah, we keep adding to it. So yeah, and we went from having one set now again back to 3 sets, and yeah, I do want to actually catch up at some point. So we'll do a set each day, I think is a good plan. Except maybe tomorrow, because tomorrow is gonna be a little. Well, no, actually, no, maybe tomorrow even as well. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, I want to catch up before this weekend, because this weekend as well I'm gonna be. Let me actually double check. Because then next weekend I'm also working Friday and Saturday, yes. But yeah, I'm trying to keep actually the week after that. So from kind of Tuesday 2nd of December to Tuesday 9th of December, I'm trying to keep that kind of empty for obvious reasons. So likely this will work out this way at least. I can put some other people there. But yeah, let's actually just go through this set. This is a cool band. And actually, yeah, we didn't overshoot by way too much, even though I still overshot for just a single band with like, how many were there? 5, 6 musicians. Where's the white? 5 musicians. 239 is a lot, but I think I was hunting some shots, especially later on. So a lot of this is kind of fluff. But yeah, let's go get started. And hit this and hit a dag. And then, yeah, later on as well, as the title says, we'll go and record the blue yellow stat video. In the end, I didn't make that this afternoon by myself because I did some other work stuff to open up tomorrow a little bit more. As I said, tomorrow actually we're gonna go do some masters. Me, Toasty, and Prime, and then like community masters. So that'll be fun. Yeah, especially kind of on the drummer's face here, and then yeah, a little bit of backlight. I remember kind of hunting that. Because for a lot of this, I like couldn't really get the drummer at all. So kind of want at least like a workable white of him. And yeah, of course the logo and a little bit of audience if we can. I think this one's the pick. Here the lights are moving, so I'm kind of looking for places where there's a little bit of at least rim light on everybody. I'll just take that one. And I think this was like the best I could do with the drummer, which was just try to take it from a balcony upstairs, which yeah, this is overshooting by a lot. Because yeah, it was kinda built into his set. From basically all angles, there was a symbol in front of his face. Oh yeah, let me get you up here. And hit the 2 minutes. And yeah, indeed. Hope everybody's enjoying their Monday so far. And looking forward to Tuesday. And yeah, one more Tuesday after this. And then we'll have new season. The season of treason. I'm gonna take some of these. Yeah, so I think this is the hero shot anyway, kind of, right? Or this one. No, that one's too fuzzy. Kind of want, yeah. It's like this one too. Which other one did I take actually? Or was it this one already? Oh, that was already this one. Right. I kind of like this one. I'll take maybe that one too, and then we'll decide later. Here, just both hands being like here being spread. That's kind of looks cool, but so we'll take that. Let's actually have a look through how much we have here. Especially wouldn't mind something where the lights are kind of even catching like everybody. The downside is when the lights are out there, they're not here, of course. This one likely is workable. Because I hear these guys don't have backlights, so likely we'll take, yeah, we'll take this one. This one. And we'll pick the best out of it. I like the hand being up better. It's likely the shot there anyway. Let's take this one too. Yeah. We'll just quickly pick some stuff through here, and I'm not gonna sit there and overanalyze too much. This is definitely somewhere in there is our hero shot of the bassist. Well, that's basically all the same. Which hand position do I like better? That's basically what this is. You know what? I kind of like the spider there. That's focus enough. I think this is the only like angle that I had of the drummer where it could even catch him. So, wow, been here for 20 streams. Well, so have I. At least I hope. I hope I was here for all 20 as well. How funny would it be if it's just like suddenly like, wait, but I've only done 19. Where did the 20th come from? Yeah. Catch up here. Which video do you think had the most fun working on? Depends on, yeah, it depends on the fun. Again, discussed yesterday, fun is kind of nebulous. But yeah, some of the like PTS videos are, I enjoy like going through the numbers and trying to like figure out, doing the prediction basically. Like one thing, like I don't bring it up often, but I like having a decent track record of like, hey, this was what I thought of it at first glance, and this is kind of like where it kind of landed. And so far, I feel I have a decent track record. Mostly because it's also kind of obvious, right? Like when something's OP. Like the shotgun recently is a good example. Like a lot of people went like why would you use this over just a shotgun with brazen or something? But then like they didn't do the damage calculations. That just shows that. Like, yeah, you would use it because it's much more than brazen, plus it's accurate, plus it has infinite optimal range. That's why you would use that. But yeah. But I think like actually like enjoying myself, or sometimes like snickering to myself almost. Yeah, the April Fool stuff. Like I'm laughing as much as hopefully as everybody else. At least I hope everybody else is laughing too. And with me, not per se at me or something. But those are, yeah, those we can get silly with them, so that's kind of fun. And I get to break out some silly voices. You know. Although of course, oh yeah, that's the hero shot right there. Of course, the silliest voice is my actual voice, the canonical IKEA voice, which I'm totally remembering right now. It's basically just modulation and then just everywhere, right? So it's just like, hi, I'm IKEA. In for today's video. Yeah, that's canonically my voice. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow as well. We'll be free for a lot of it. Yeah, so tomorrow actually we'll be doing some masters with Toasty and with Prime. So Toasty kind of set that up. Actually, for anybody out there interested in doing some of those, the sign-ups are already up, I think, on Wipe Squad Discord. But also we'll take basically whoever. Don't really pay attention. This is like a 25-minute mission, right? Even if you kind of like take your time. At least on master, right? Because that midsection is kind of faster. You don't have the double bosses. So the heroic is actually longer than. Oh yeah, LFG sign up. Oh yeah, actually, I see the signups are up there already. That's good. Oh yeah, so this is overshooting by. Although I was hunting a picture, and yeah, so sometimes you gotta hunt like that to get like a shot like this, like that. That looks actually pretty good. I was hunting that lately. Because honestly, the only thing that might beat that is similar stick action or like a smile or something. But I don't think this guy's gonna smile here. We even had it with the first shot. Let's actually see what we have here. Because likely this anything more than 15 is too much, so we're not gonna do way too many pictures today. I think I like this kind of the best. Either that one or this one. Just with the hands placements. You know, really getting up in there. We'll take a few and then we'll take what feels like the best one. And yeah, probably something that isn't too fuzzy. We'll keep that one. Even that one too. Nah, better ones of them. Oh, a little wider here. So we should see what we have. Let's think later on. If you don't mind the closed eyes too much. Kind of like this the best, but the base is also kind of not a side shot. I'll just take that single one. And how much am I shooting this at even? Oh, it's 160. Really surprised that there is so much fuzziness there. That one's kind of usable. We'll take that one. We'll see which one we like better. Oh, kind of like the hands here. Extra set of hands coming through. So one of those two. Why don't we take them both and we decide later? I'll take them both and we'll decide later. It's a bad angle for horn blowers because, well, saxophonists, because they never really, although well, sometimes they do look up a little bit, man. Let's try to find the least fuzzy one, because it's basically all the same pose anyway. That one. Also depends on if this is even salvageable. No, I don't hate this angle, like with a vertical. I will take this. Might need to become black and white, and I'm not sure how much we're peaking there. Oh yeah, let me actually catch up here because I'm kind of in my own world, kind of. I need a melon. Oh man, thank you so much, Phaedrus. Yeah, sorry for not paying attention there. I was kind of in the groove. But yeah, thank you so much for adding to the funds. We'll be sure to drain likely some tomorrow. We're likely be getting something tomorrow as well to waste that on. and yeah. We're at the 600. 600 watts. What are we 600ing? Yeah, hey the melon. Being about you. Same time, yeah. Multiple places. Same faces, multiple places. This might surprise you. I'm in both chats too. Oh, it's exactly. Oh, yeah, indeed. Hey, we're already past 550 there. You know, follower counts, subscribers, screw all that. We'll do a video at 1,000 cringes, especially. Especially. Kind of like the composition, but his head is like completely lost. Oh, we should see if we can kind of salvage it. Although, because I kind of like the placement and everything, but there's just no back of the head here. Well, maybe we can salvage that a little bit. Well, this might actually even work better. Which one did I pick? I picked that one, right? Not this fuzzy one. And you can totally tell that I'm overshooting by a lot there. Well, what is even? Oh, he's just wait. Wait. So horn, the trumpet is the right way up. Like a second later, it's upside down, and in the other hand, upside down. That's back down. What even? I mean, I'm guessing it's just to kind of like reset the wrist and stuff, but I didn't notice it's going upside down. Oh, yeah. I want kind of this shot if we have a decent one. Thing is, I really want fingers on trumpet. Because I want to kind of see if I can make a vertical. Especially with his name on top. Well, maybe I take this one because the backlight is better. It does have an intense stare. Just, let's take that one. Oh yeah, we're gonna toss a lot of them out. Later, we'll narrow our selection by a lot. Is the basses actually playing in any of this? No. Him just being on a knob here bothers me, but kind of like his hand being up and expressions on everybody else is fine. Also, has a decent placement, so we'll take that. I think we'll take better ones than this one from this guy, unless I don't hate this. I love how it's now so popular to just put dozens upon dozens because he just has like a bunch of guitar pedals and stuff on the Rhodes, which we have one student musician that sometimes like does it with some bands and legit jams and stuff. But just like a Rhodes, and then just there's a whole pedal board almost of a guitar on top, just to do stuff. Oh, there's a right of cash and prestige and so the neighborhood. Wait, I mean, don't fire it within the neighborhood. Accidental discharge, then I'm guessing. But yeah, congrats. And I feel especially this season. I wonder if like maybe last season the values maybe weren't perfectly set, or maybe this season the values are. I feel there's more. Well, the prestige caches likely help, and also the double XP. You know, we're basically getting the rates. You know, double rates. More people also save their journeys and scouts, as that's more well known now. So, but yeah, we've been hearing a lot of people getting. Because for instance, even in my case, yesterday we did pull a Oreo. Which I was happy that we were with people that could use it, because in my case, it would have just been tossed. I have no use for an extra one. So happy that we were. Likely later on today we'll do some as well of that. We'll take some people and go do an opening party. Open up some of the caches. Because I have 100 as well on, or 100 levels worth. So 50 caches, or at least 100 levels worth. The rare white backlight. Kind of like the... Yeah. This is focus, yeah. Just everybody's pushing. Just even the base is like, just spidering. And this is definitely for my desk position. So this is also just me going, oh, this looks good, and just grabbing the camera and just shooting from there. So I was likely hunting for that. So that's kind of crescendo likely. And yeah, it would be nice to have indeed a kind of wide. Literally took a one hit there. Yeah, I'll take that as the wide to start off with. Now let's see how many we picked. 37 is about 20 too much, so let's start tossing some out. Although, of course, yeah, we're always gonna do that because I think I'm just gonna throw both of these out. Keep that one, we'll keep that one. And throw that one out because we have a better one. I'm doing that one. I want it with the background there. Yeah, definitely with the high backlight. I actually kind of like it better with the pianists with the heads down. Although I don't hate this because it's a little bit closer, but don't think I can salvage the back of the head here too much. Like it's actually shot too dark to really be able to pop that out much. But I like the composition. But I would like this composition too if I zoom it in a lot. So that would be fine. Now let's try to salvage this one. We'll keep that one just for basis for now. Keep that one because actually we didn't have that much of the saxophone player. Just I'm gonna drop both of these and just keep this one. skip that one. And here kind of the trumpet player is like the important guy, so that's also getting the most shots here. We're with the hardware shield. Oh, do you mean the Tempest thing? We don't discuss that here, of course. Like, yeah. I'm fine with you going and finding it. The answer is out there, but I don't want to be any part of that, of course. Doing the incursion, we will likely see a lot of people. I've saw people actually even yesterday. Oh no, that wasn't yesterday. That was like a few days ago. Doing it the matchmaking. Don't do it. Don't be there when people do it. You won't get banned or anything, most likely, but just don't break your own enjoyment of the game for easy gains. It's not worth it. In the long run, you'll hate yourself more than you'll enjoy the little bit of quickness. I think I'm gonna just drop this one. Of all of the somewhat closer ones, it's kind of the most useless one. And then this one at least has like a little bit of wideness to it. Kind of like this body position the best. So we'll take away these ones. Also the hands on keys. Yeah, we have a close up here of him. We'll keep one of these as a close up. Second one's definitely less fuzzy. Both of them are the same position anyway, so we'll take that second one. Don't forget of recommendation. If it works, of course. Even that, like, just don't. Wait for the killing him after that. That's one of like the easiest commendations to get. Like, just do a commendation run with like the GC Rock people or DJ Tickles people or stuff like that. Like if it's the let him recover fully and then kill him, like that's I've gotten that one by like that's one of the few that I have. Which means we did it by accident because I've never done IH with actually trying for commendations. Kind of like this one better, even though it's less clearly his face, but okay, if we have this of the basis, actually, I'm gonna drop that other one from the basis. Even though it's a little bit, yeah, this one has more crowd. Also, they have better backlight, so let's take that one. Even though the eyes are closed, but that's also kind of fine there. Gonna take this one because likely we can kind of raise up these guys a little bit. I'm not sure I can save that back part there. And there you go. Technically, only this one is in actual focus. So maybe I just take this one. Even though I kind of like the sticks here better, but focus is worse. Although it's actually not the focus, it's motion blur. It's just grooving. Well, this one's not significantly. We just need to recover a little bit from his back. Yeah. And that has the white. So that's 18. I think I'm gonna drop this bassist one because we have this one as a good one. Actually, I want 2 of each, right? Maybe. Although the bass is kind of included in. Do we keep that one? Wait, where is it? This one? Kind of. Also, position 1 is here, yeah. Well, let's just drop that one. I have a good shot of him here. And then, yeah, we have way too much of this guy. So wide, a trio keyboard player name. That one's kind of hero shot, so we want that. This of the saxophone player because I just don't have him that well. These two are very similar. Should keep one of those. Because you have this one as well. Yeah. Kind of like this one because it's closer, but it doesn't place him well. Like it's kind of hard to tell actually why he's like that. At least with this one, it kind of makes sense of like, oh, he's playing this keyboard and this keyboard. I think I'm just gonna take that down, this one. It just makes more sense as a shot. This is white drums, yeah. 16 then. I could drop one of these, but I also kind of like both of these shots, even though they're similar. I do want a close-up of him anyway, so yes, it's 16. Unless I want to drop one of these wides, maybe. This one kind of has the drummer. This one has more of the projection. But they're very similar. I would drop one of these. Yeah, let's drop this one and then we'll keep wait. Which other one did I drop? Because then weren't we on 17? No, we're on 16. Oh yeah, we dropped that one, yeah. So or the similar to that one. Oh yeah, let's just drop this one then. 15. Okay. Target achieved. Yeah, let's transfer these over, run them over there, and then we'll come back to here. Oh yeah, let me catch up actually, because I'm kind of in my own world. For the good band, likely some people that maybe over abuse it. The thing is though that like it's this one is a little worse than the Blacklister, but I'm hoping they just fix it quickly. I'm hoping the start of season patch will have a fix. I might ban some like extreme abusers, but they usually nowadays just warn first and then seeing as no warning has gone out yet. And they should just get in the habit of actually just warning the second they kind of it reaches them, because at this point it likely did. It likely has reached them. It's already kind of set this up like that as the basis for the white balance. And then we'll go from there. For those maybe wondering why we suddenly in a different program, I use DxO for the render and also the noise reduction, and just basically we set the white balance here and the exposure, and then render it with the noise reduction here, and then we play around with it in Lightroom a little further. And I find that gives the best results, because especially some of the things like Lightroom can't really deal with. These, like, just it turns into a purple blob in Lightroom, but DxO doesn't struggle with it as much. Let's actually play around a little with this more. Just out of curiosity. You know what? I actually don't disagree with 4.6K maybe. I know we're doing just for color sake, because this isn't right, but it feels right. So maybe we do that, seeing as it kind of feels right, even on the wide. You know what? That kind of feels right. Oh yeah, I'm not on these kind of shots. It's only when the purple backlight is there. Oh. I'm actually okay with it being a little warm. I think we'll go with that. You gotta love white clothing always. With, although it'll buff out fine. It feels weird with. Did he just have a screen here or something? Guess he had an iPad or something maybe for something. Like there's a light on him that is a different white balance than everybody else. Actually, I would be okay kind of even warming these up a little bit more. Even beyond what they actually kind of look to be. Yeah, let's do that. As long as we don't turn him into Orange Man. I'm kind of fine with it. I'm guessing also this guy was like super pale, which as far as musicians goes, sound about right. Yeah, let me catch up actually with some kind of in my own world. Thank you so much, Windsor, for keeping that sub going. Yeah, sorry for me getting late to it. As yeah, sorry. In my own world, kind of. But yeah, welcome in and thanks for helping out with bad choices of buying apparels and such. Hell, maybe in the future we'll buy apparel for. Well, just we'll Photoshop some different apparel onto musicians or something. Just the. We'll even do it there. Oh, wait. But then why are they fixing them? Well, sometimes you just need maintenance. Some stuff just needs maintenance from time to time. Let's not push it that much here yet, because I was starting to lose some stuff there. Oh yeah, this is gonna be a completely different balance here anyway. You know what? I might should at least try to get the band right, and then although the band is also with red back, so I'll take that. We'll see what we do with it. I'm likely to drop the color from that one. We just go black and white. I'm likely gonna crop it just to the drummer. So I'm kind of okay pushing this guy into. So I think I'm just gonna take the drummer here, even though it's gonna be like an extreme crop, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Was this at least shot at 200? Oh no, I had actually just optical zoom available still. I didn't use it. This was shot at 70. Yeah, let's send all of these back. This one still feels a little off. Yeah, that looks better. Also, I didn't notice somebody just with a Castro shirt. Guessing it's a football thing. Yeah, let's send these back. Now we need to wait for this bar. This one, but the line's further out. Right. Oh, you're just having, yeah. Sometimes, sometimes you just need to do like stuff. I remember a while back where they had to well, that was repairs actually, but yeah, we had a outage of power and stuff several times as they had to fix it once and then kind of like maintain it twice after. Super annoying. But yeah, let's get these rendered, sent back to Lightroom, and then we'll do our final edit there. We'll just do this set today. I'll save these other two for different days. And yeah, both of these were pretty cool bands as well. I realized actually, yeah, we've basically had horns with every group, as this group also has a horn player with them. Surprised it's still shot 173 here. But these are always the more annoying shows of just like, hey, you know what? All fine and dandy that you guys have a stage, but we're going to perform in the hall. So have fun with that. Have fun fixing that from a technical sense. Which, yeah, for us means basically like unhooking everything and just moving everything to be like hooked up here. And then like our normal stage PA, where we have an extra PA set, like, well, not PA, but just monitors on stands on the stage. We have another like one like over there-ish, another one like basically over here-ish, just to kind of make it make sense. Which, yeah, is always a lot of fun. That show is always kind of backbreaking, which is annoying. But also a lot of fun, as it is nice, and you know, a bunch of people enjoying themselves, and as technicians getting paid. Oh, kind of communication, which is sad. I mean, well, hopefully they'll just be done soon. At least nowadays, I find that I'm the like I remember back in my day, actually, even like a few years ago, like mobile internet was so bad that you couldn't, even if you could hotspot, even if you had like, wow. I mean, if we're talking like 10 years ago, right? At least, even if you could hotspot or something, like it was super terrible connection, like you couldn't even game on that. Nowadays, at least, yeah. Like if like the my internet goes down, I can always still like hotspot an internet connection through like my phone, or both have to be down, which is at least rare. So we have, at least, modern times have helped with that. Girls are your recommend build list, such a well, time to fill that 16th one up. You know what? You're slacking. That should be 16. But yeah, happy you're liking it. And yeah, I'm happy to be working on it. I know next season we'll again at the start of the season, as always, we'll go through it, through the build collection and through the recommended build list, and kind of just move some stuff around if we feel like it. And because I have nothing else, the new gear set is going in there. Oh yeah, the brand set is coming in everywhere if it stays as is. I'm curious to see what if we get once we get the final versions, if they stuck to their guns. I realized actually, like after that video, like honestly, the true fix for unit would be just to make that first piece weapon handling or something. That would need to coincide with like other stuff, like urban or something needs to then not be like, because yeah, if you make a 10 weapon handling there, and then urban is like 10 accuracy, like that doesn't make sense, but they could bump that up. But yeah, we'll see. But I'm also like kind of okay with power, a little bit of power creep there. Like they've shown already, like with the modifier of this season, like even if they push the power creep pretty far, it's still doable. The game still works. And like it just opens more like, hey, just go challenge builds and stuff. But the thing is, like a lot of people won't do that, but I'll just eat into that. Oh yeah, earnings came back. Let's actually close this for resources. And yeah, let's go do these. And yeah, the final kind of just basically I'm pushing the shadows mostly, and just final kind of little bits we do in Lightroom here. Now comes a question. That's one thing I could actually do. It does usually look kind of good. Just want to do that. Let's push up the clarity a little bit on the crowd. So let's go the lazy way. I could brush it a little cleaner, but where's clarity? Right there. Not extreme amounts, but just makes it a little bit more defined. That's just a bit much, maybe. Oh, that kind of works. And yeah, let's fix up this. The projection. Because the projector is a completely different white balance than the... Should maybe actually change that at some point, because actually it's a pretty decent projector, so likely we could actually even fix up its white balance to match. Man, that's supposed to be white, so that's like there-ish. Oh wait, actually, doesn't need... That's odd. Oh yeah, we were on 4K-ish, right? But yeah, it kind of makes it just pop a little bit more. So, especially when we do a little bit of this. Just to make that kind of pop. Actually, no. Okay, with 11 plus that. Having the tiniest bit of peaking there. Well, you should be okay with a little more. Funny, it looks like peaking, but it just isn't there yet. It's good work as a decent black and white as well. A little bit too warm, but just a little bit. Oh, yeah, that looks fine. Can't find the level. Fine, we'll do it ourselves. Yeah. Like the rule of thirds is kind of bullshit sometimes, but also sometimes kind of true. Like actually with composition here, like just the composition like this, it still kind of works, but it just feels a little off. Just putting his eye on like the third there, kind of like even though we're keeping kind of negative space there, but actually like if you take like more negative space and stuff, even though it's more centered, actually putting that eye on the on the thirds just like visually makes so much more sense, I feel. Even though some people like go way overboard with some of that kind of stuff, this is one of those places where actually kind of works out. So sure, did I miss something? But yeah, let's finish these off and then we'll jump into some Div 2. I'm gonna play around a little bit first and then we're gonna do some recording there because I definitely want to get the blue and yellow video done. And that's kind of works, especially with the with the projection on top. I always love as well how easy that is to like kind of make friends with. Because usually we don't like set that up front. Like a hey, send us a logo or something. We can do this and stuff. We just usually when they come in, I go like, hey, you guys have a logo? And it's always funny as well how some are used to that kind of question. They go like, yeah, but we don't like have a PNG or anything. And usually my answer is because, for instance, this one actually comes from his album. I just cut it out of there. I was just like, don't worry about it. I can make it work. Actually, the other way. And they're more like so surprised that that's a possibility of just like somebody that just quickly puts it together for them. Feels a little off. I feel that's better maybe. Yeah. I'm sure does this one work out? Kind of like the color. It's also, I think, the very first time that I've seen like an R20 on a horn. Okay. And indeed, 640 still, yeah. I already forgot what it was in the PTS. I sure got photos on maybe the YouTube end if you're, because I'll put that link over there as well, which is Doug's blueprint guide, which can be a handy resource to have. You can check which blueprints come from where and also which are and aren't available. This kind of works as black and white, but also kind of like the skin tone enough to keep it. It's not the best shot, especially the backdrop here, because he's just soloing basically, so just the other guy is just standing there. So it's peaking, just tiny bits. Okay. Or not peak that much. And actually, you know what? Let's peak that much and then. Yeah, and then we just do this. I just. That still feels natural, kind of. Yeah, as long as we don't overdo it. You know what? Let's do 2 layers of that, actually. Because this kind of could stand to just be. It's kind of so bright down here that's kind of taking the attention. Yeah. This mic wasn't here. This is also an easy way of getting rid of that mic, so I'll just do that. Because that just visually clutters us up way too much. Feels slanted, but it kind of works with like this line going up and this line going down, so we'll keep it as is. Oh, yeah, let me get you here for a second. All exotics, all control, what's gonna be missing? So yeah, I'm guessing Doug already answered, but yeah, the season stuff. Thing is though that yeah, once you're at the end of once you don't get blueprints from the reconstructed caches anymore, that's like the end of that one, at least for this season. But yeah, there's a bunch of season locked ones which are listed in that guide as well, which are like the Empress ones, the Hunter Fury ones, and the Bellstone ones. Which, if you weren't there for those seasons, you just can't get them currently. They fixed up a bunch, but they didn't fix up everything when they did their, kind of like fixing of blueprints. It's better than it was, but it's not all the way there yet. Yeah. Also, keep in mind that there is some from basically a Dark Hours / Incursion, and Iron Horse also have their own like blueprints tied to them. So, kind of depends what you're missing. But that's why that guide is so handy as well. That Doug made is you can kind of use that as a cross reference, just cross reference what you're missing, and then yeah, you can check there where it comes from. Because there's also a bunch tied to the raids, and then the Dark Hours ones are also in Incursion. So it's maybe pushing it a bit much. Yeah, started to look unnatural there. It kind of works, actually. It's definitely a little over-angled, but just because of the lines of the trumpet, it still kind of works. And then there's definitely kind of the hero shot of the set. Good close-up. Just go square. Let's just go square. Oh, yeah. That's the PA. I'm like, doesn't seem to be any information on that left side, which, yeah, makes sense. That's the PA. Blocking our shot. Excellent. Actually, let's push this a little bit more. Actually, not that much more, but a little bit more. Actually, yeah, let's then do this. Just bring the attention a little bit more to the face. Just one like that. There we go. Let me catch up here. So, I mean, it should be. That's not the worst idea to just keep one slot open to experiment with. I used to have that as well, actually, on most of my characters. Actually, the second, that's also why that's now all the strikers. The second loadout slot was like the experimentation one. But eventually, yeah, it just turned into like needing striker on each character. So just for when doing like incursions and like hard stuff. So what should do this? Authenticate the objects and things. And healer. You go for something, you know, a little bit more out there, maybe like combat medics or triple tick or yeah, stuff like that. So lemon with hamburger. Nice. Oh yeah, it really depends on like, because for instance, Hunter's Fury could be even as a red, if you're kind of leaning towards that kind of, but yeah, it can have its own playstyle, or Umbra can have its own playstyle, or a new gear set for next season that looks to be as well pretty good, especially in group settings. At some points, but going for season track, yeah. I think Empress is the same, right? Oh, okay. Oh, maybe it was available for a time, maybe. I don't know that, yeah, they're not now because third account has the same issue for me. At the very least, the last few seasons, it hasn't been available. Yeah. Yeah, indeed. Getting the blueprints list done. Eventually, you also just get it done. Especially nowadays as well with retaliation, where you can do both. Get, you know, retaliation in, get the exotic blueprints in, and then also the normal blueprint pool kind of chipped away at. All right. Yeah, that sounds about right. So yeah, that will be three times six at the very least. I think some of the weapons and stuff are also from those seasons, right? Or not in there. Ganzo, yeah. And well, not too long ago they did a little bit of a a pass on it and just fixed up a bunch of them. So hopefully again. Like I was actually very surprised. I remember back then of them doing that. But yeah, it would be nice if they did it again. They just cut out the kick fully. Maybe we go like this. Yeah, and then a little bit like this. Yeah. There's still enough megapixels there. Let's actually set it up for the face, and then we'll bring the rest down a little bit. Did I push clarity that much? No. Why does it feel like I've pushed clarity like like extremely? Yeah, let's maybe do a second one as well here just to kind of get the shiny stuff to kind of stop attracting all the attention there. I got that's why. Surprised I actually have a decent shot of the drummer. I remember coming away from that one going like, I don't think I got the drummer anyway. Really. So we're going square again. Man, think we're gonna I'll do that after stream. I'm just gonna content aware fill that away. Most likely. This is likely straight. Yeah. Do we do straight though? Because I kind of also like going with his head angle a little bit. Because a straight is definitely like this. Stand is straight. Yeah, let's go kind of. You know what? Let's go with a Dutch angle. I know. You can just kind of balance for his head, and then we'll bring the rest back down a little. That still feels natural. Because that just brings the attention a little bit, from like the attention point kind of being here, just being like actually kind of more the face. Which I feel is a thing that like more like often catches my eye with other photographers' works, which is like even just a lazy like just a linear gradient like that. Just it's not like that one takes that much time, but you can just kind of like just make it a little less. We just go for fake colors here. Or we just go black and white. Honestly, I don't hate black and white, but we would balance it differently for doing that. Actually, don't hate the like fake looking one. Let's actually do that. Let's actually wait. Let's crop this a little down. No. We don't crop it to, let's just crop it to there. Actually, wait, what does Lightroom think level is here? Actually, that works. Let's push it a little bit that way. Because honestly, I don't mind having two here, and I want like this, just full on. Oh, that's too much. Full on poster style. Yeah. We'll take a normal one and we'll take a like poster style one. Yeah, I think I'm gonna just crop it to this guy. Even though that's giving up a lot, but I need to have the drum set in there. Yeah. It's just, yeah, I mean, it's the light for the bassist landing there. Oh, yeah, let me get you up here for a second. This is that. I even solo some stuff. Well, I mean, Hunter's Fury, for instance, yeah. Can actually be a pretty good, for instance, solo build if you haven't tried that yet, Ed. Whatever this is, St. Elmo's. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's. But also, I mean, the blueprints at least, because there's a collector kind of thing to it, but also nowadays, like, you don't per se need all of the blueprints anyway. With targeted loots being available and settable ones as well. Yeah, with all the red there, let's make it a little warmer. Oh, yeah, no, let's do this with a brush. The actual colors it kind of was. That's kind of good. Oh yeah, that's nice. So yeah, we got. So I should just go through it one more time here, especially seeing as I kind of got a better hang of the color towards the end. So at least make sure that like feels like a full set together. I think I'm just gonna push the white balance more that way actually. With that one. Same here actually. Fuck it. Because with some of these we went kind of warmer, so just to make it look all this that it's from the same set, which it is. Yeah, that's fine. Actually, maybe just a little less tint. Yeah, one and that one. Ah, yay! That's a set done. Let's export those. I think I usually like tomorrow I'll come and have a last look at it and do another export. And then just replace some of them if I change them a little bit. Because usually it's kind of handy to come like a day later with like fresh eyes. And then sometimes you just go like, what the fuck was I thinking yesterday? Because it turns out color is kind of in human eyes is very dependent on. Just dump them into downloads. Let's actually go to recording for a second. Let's already make a folder for thingy. Thingy. 1124. Yeah. So blue, yellow. Well, actually, I should be booting up the game already. Yeah, let's already as well. Let's just go to the game. What do we have the last one as? It's in up look, right? Yeah, this is the. I need at some point actually just move a lot of this to a different hard disk because this hard disk is getting full. Actually, what I've been doing recently is just deleting some of the old rendered files, so keeping the like. Although actually, I could just toss a bunch of this, like. But yeah, the product I've kind of tossed away, but then just keeping the project file and everything, so I can just re-render it if I need to. But might be time to move some of this to, or just delete some, because I do keep one backup, which honestly is not enough, but also like it doesn't matter enough. Oh yeah, let's go to data vision. Let's actually end that capture of the desktop there. Yeah, let's close Lightroom. Well, let's play a little first, and then we'll altering or setting up a description files for it. Wait, did I in the end not have a description there fully? I see this description file is kind of like half empty. Oh, yeah. That's funny. Okay. Huh. Let me quickly fix that. Oh well. Surprising I didn't catch that earlier. But yeah, in the description file it didn't have a thingy at all. Let's also, yeah, let's swap categories as we go to video games and the Division. And here as well. Still find it dumb that neither Twitch nor YouTube has ways of like favoriting things as categories of streaming. Like, in both of them, you just need to type it out. It's just like, wait. Well, I mean, you type it out and then it just pops some stuff up. Oh, yeah. Who do we want to take? Let's actually run around with this character for a little bit. Oh, yeah. I mean, it is Monday. It is the next week, technically. I still need to play with a controller. Or do I force myself to still play with the controller?
Entering safe area.
You know what? We're gonna do some recording today anyway, so let's grab one last day. Because yeah, definitely tomorrow I'm not. Oh yeah, let me actually catch up because I was gonna in my own world as we're swapping stuff there. Oh yeah, in the end as well, the blueprints like they can sometimes be handy, but you know, most of the times, even if you don't have them, like it's like, you just go and farm them. At least having the general ones done, because having some of these can be handy sometimes of just like, hey, I just need 10 more or something, especially with the tactical assessments. Let me actually quickly see, although I'm kind of full on everything, aren't I? There's really not much I can turn these into. As I'm close to full on something there, I saw. Oh, this character also has DUA available. So let me just go do DUA. And then let's do it with... yeah, the Umbra Tech Tank. Let's actually see... a green... One thing I could do actually is just as an extra thing to have is maybe clear up one of my character's worlds kind of in like a lot of the control points and stuff. Maybe we take character 4 because also I wouldn't mind taking character 4 tomorrow as well. For most of the, or at least a master run, because yeah, that's a character that still needs it. Also, yeah, we're part of the way there on this weekly. We try to bang that out. Because though for double XP, I'm still only like 7 levels away from hitting the max. But first, let's go. Actually, yeah, let's just go do the UA with this, and then we'll set up for doing some recording. And I'm just gonna run around with this Umbra tech tank. Oh, I need a veto. No, audio broke there. Right here. It's always in the loading screens. It's annoying. But that should have fixed it. Yeah. But after watching a video, said make it, I'm gonna say it's from when you get stacked up. Yeah, I mean it's competitive, which we can't say about every build, every gear set. Umbra, like the changes they made from PTS 1 to 2, even though PTS 2 wasn't per se just for that, but they really made it. It's very usable. I find myself using it quite often as well. Well, in some cases, same will be true actually for the other gear set that'll come in with next season. Even if it keeps its stacks exactly as is, just that ability to kind of do a thing that strikers can't, which is like have stacks up before the fight kind of starts. Kind of like Umbra as well. Is actually pretty good. Is on some trying builds to build stack builds fast? Yeah, well, oh yeah, actually, yeah. Let's have a read through this. Does this have the final stats on it? I haven't actually read this. Because they put this thing out. I'll put the link in here. But yeah, the thingy what we do know is that it is extra rate of fire with lower damage ACS free talentable. Depends how much the lower damage actually is. I don't know if they state stats in here, but what about if they bump up the rate of fire by 20, that they might like remove base by like 25 for a weapon like this. Oh yeah. Yeah, lately I've been just doing some photo work first and then jumping into division. It's kind of my warm-up. I quite often would do that before stream anyway. Usually like in the past, like when I start stream or start late or sometimes stuff like that, that's, I was doing some photo work before. So now I'm just streaming the photo work as well and kind of using it as a warm-up and kind of like starting going. I gotta enjoy having some company while doing it, so. Build very short one. Actually, this might get a short eventually. There's actually already some gameplay stuff of this, but it's actually from before the buffs to Umbra. But Umbra was part of like the weird tech tanks build showcase where I took a bunch of weirder tech tanks basically. Umbra was one of them, but back then Umbra wasn't buffed yet. So this is like a while ago, and yeah, I hadn't revisited it, but recently I did, and went like, you know what, let's revisit that, because it might take some while, but I'll get to it eventually, kind of like with the, because I remember kind of bringing it up like even like a season ago almost, or more than even. Different. There's 7 ranges plus that. Just go, yeah. Is lefty or rock and roll better or just normal ACS? Yes. Situationally different. So rock and roll can be good for getting to 200 stacks without needing to reroll. So just for a few places like that, it can be handy. Lefty can have 5% rate of fire, and then also you can use it for sledge situationally. But you can also go ACS with brazen, and that's just like really powerful of a weapon as long as you get close enough. So yeah, yes is the answer to those three basically. So generally what ends up actually, so a lot of my characters have this. Although actually I need to then have this up. A lot of my characters have this, which is they have a lefty, they have a rock and roll, and then they have also an ACS. Like a lot of my characters end up like this. But yeah, the lefty like goes more into, for instance, yeah, the eclipses and stuff here on this character. But for instance, for some of the tech tanks, so for instance, Heartbreaker tech tank, and then even like Heartbreaker tech tank, you can go flatline. But yeah, you can just stick a brazen one in there because they get close enough. But even with strikers, sometimes you get close enough for this. But then I still want to rock and roll around for when going to 200 stacks. Because the ACS basically, if you hit all pellets, is 160 stacks before a reload, and the reload is pretty long. But the rock and roll, it takes longer to get there as well. Of course, you need to like fire 10 more shots, but it is 240 pellets. Or 240 stacks, basically, if you hit all pellets. All three have their place. Base damage, okay. But how much is that in difference to the other one? I mean, we can figure that out. Actually, I have both numbers there. Although I'm just gonna. Why is Twitch always so annoying with me trying to copy stuff from it? Yeah. Shooty Goonie. Is this number divided by this number. Not the other way. Is this number divided by this number. Oh, it is 20 up, 20 down. That makes it a little bit too, although, well, you lose a little bit more on the, yeah, if it is 20 up, 20 down, like, then we can replace the normal striker with it. They'll lose a little bit on its sustain, but then the burst stays the same, but then you're hitting more often for stacks. But like for the thingy, for kind of like a brazen one for strikers and stuff, yeah, that makes the most sense anyway then to stick that thing in. So 20 up, 20 down. I think in this kind of had the same there. Indeed. There's places where, yeah, you can kind of go for some depth with it. But yeah, for that one, the thing is though that, yeah, you could just stick with if you're just picking one, I would just take the normal ACS, especially for like strikers and stuff. With the talents, that'll work out well enough. But yeah, if you're kind of min-maxing, then yeah, you kind of want the other two as well. And then, yeah, this new shotgun, especially for like stacking builds, will be the better choice. 20% faster stacking. Sorry, file server. Oh, of that, but my brain went somewhere weird. I was like, wait, in this. Yeah. Oh, yeah, 20 up, 20 down. If you want damage done. Well, more so if you're actually actively using it. So for like the double, if you're using it as like the double, the double shotgun with Tinker Striker. The thing is here, you're giving up even more of your ammo economy. and it's going to eat through ammo even faster while doing basically exactly the same amount of damage. Because you have the base, like the DPS of these two is exactly the same. But the ammo economy is, very much, because it's a 40% swing basically when it comes to the damage per mag. Well, the sustained DPS actually. But likely because we use ACS mostly for stacking. This, if you have the stack broker, because what the stack broker is going to be the same as the Lexington. It's if you have it, you use that. Like, what the stack broker is normally says. Yeah, we were kind of just discussing that. It's basically for especially striker stacking. Yeah, it'll be good the go-to if you have it. The thing will be, of course, in a month's time and stuff, it'll be, just as rare as a Lexington, and then it'll be at the stretch goals most likely. I wonder if they're going to put it right away in, like, next season's stretch goals. They might hold off for a season or something. Wouldn't be too surprised. But we'll see. They should just put it in right away, but I could see them not doing that. But that's going to become the go-to for, like, if you're just using especially the shotgun to striker stack with, this is kind of the go-to. So I was kind of hoping they would go minus 25% on the base and then 20% on the rate of fire. Just to kind of like not eat into other places, but also honestly, like ACS, I don't use it much outside of just stacking. Even though I totally see the place of the kind of the brazen plus pummel striker kind of tinkerer setup, but I need RNG. Today's in that article. Oh yeah, I already saw you guys talking about this. I'm guessing it's either a typo or they really mean that, and that's super weird. Because this would just be beta, or because also this depends on what login what they mean. UB Connect or because it could be just that they actually mean Division 1 as well, man. I'm gonna guess this is just a typo. That's my guess, my official guess. Okay, 30. You're surprised by 33 at this day and age. There is like I could literally just go in here and find you like a 50 if you want to. Or actually, not that much. Because I think most people are kind of taking a break with it. But yeah, usually we have like multiple 30, 40s, and 50s. Like the game's been out for a while. 30 isn't even that high. Oh, gonna use what the gold skin on the same broker today. So I mean, we'll see what it becomes. 28. Like, I did see that. That's the only thing I saw of this. But yeah, let's actually read through this. From the earliest days of the green poison outbreaks to the battles fought across Washington D.C. and New York City, countless agents have stepped up to protect what remains. We want to recognize the time you have spent with us, and thank you for being part of this journey with a limited time veteran reward event. Log in anytime from November 25th till January 6th to receive rewards based on when you first played. Okay, so it's on first playtime. Because then that makes zero sense. Each tier grants a unique bundle centered around the new named ACS. 12 variant, the Stack Broker with matching weapon skins. All tiers are cumulative, so qualifying for higher tier grants the bundles below it as well. And this is kind of the confusing part because first login before March 11th, 2019. Does that mean like just either? Well, depends on when you first played. It doesn't say when you first played Division 2, but when you first played. So is that maybe just Division? Because kind of like March 12th, 13th, 15th or something was the release of the game, right? So this is pre that. So, or do they mean PT or like, beta? Because there was also betas before that. Receive the Sackbroken Gold Bundle, which includes the named ACS variant along with the Gold, Silver, Bronze variant weapon skins. And then, between that and the start of 2025, you get the Silver tier and then Bronze tier for everybody after the January of this year. At least this time around, they made it a little bit more stretched out, because I think like with Lexington, it was basically whoever joined in that year, which, maybe maybe not veteran if you're a year in. But I mean, on the other hand, it's just weapon skins, because everybody gets the item. Everybody gets the item. If you log in from this time to this time, you get the item. That's the important part. The skin is like, who cares? Anyway, about the Sackbroker. The Sackbroker is a named variant of the ACS-12 shotgun. It does not include a named talent. However, it features modifies base stat that sets it apart from the standard version. Its rate of fire is increased while its base damage is reduced. And the adjusted attributes are highlighted in yellow in your inventory, so you can easily identify what makes this variant unique. It rolls with a random talent that can be recalibrated, but unlike most weapons, it cannot be deconstructed. I guess it'll also likely be a zero-weight item like the Lexington and stuff. No matter when you joined, we're glad that you are here. Thank you for standing with us, for your dedication, and for continuing to answer the call. We cannot wait to share what comes next. The Division 2 team. Yeah, this is not really a good representation of the. Are there better pictures? No, this goes through this. Is this actually the pictures they're giving us for these? I feel this like. Because there's already pretty cool skins for. Oh, there's an elite resource convoy over there. Because I feel, there's already like the Murray and the Zodiac one that I'm gonna be sticking to much more likely, and even like Icebound in this one. But I wonder if it's also applicable, because with the Lexington we didn't have base weapons, but also for a little while it was applicable to the M4. You could just put those skins on the M4. It would look completely broken and everything, but you could do it. But I'm curious to see if those skins work on normal ACSs, or if this one takes those normal skins. I would hope so. I would hate to lose some of the especially because I do like the Zodiac one here. And the Murray one. Like, both of these are, I feel, likely cooler looking than what I see there, but also it's kind of hard to see what they have there. And then, yeah, we also have like the Nurgle one, which also I kind of like. And yeah, let me catch up here. And at those dates, I wonder if they really mean here that Division 1 players get this and people that played beta, or if this just is a mistake. I wouldn't be surprised either way. But we'll have our answer on the 28th. Whoever will find some people. I would think this would maybe be more 2024 and just some typo. Because yeah, then otherwise school tier is just if you played beta or maybe then Division 1. Because it says when you first played, not first played Division 2. Because you couldn't really play Division 2. But then also, there was no beta on consoles, right? So this makes just 0 sense then still. The beta was only PC, right? Back then? So yeah, I'm gonna guess typo, honestly. It likes and then what would you recommend their talents to be? I mean, just any of the good damage talents for ARs, just killer, measured, Ranger, and Streamlined are all good picks. Fast Dance can be pretty okay as well, so can Preservation, but especially Killer is kind of the go-to anyway. Oh, I'm guessing that all caps wasn't intended per se, but there's a Jubilee exotic skin. Is that the one from the store? I have one of the two. No, I don't have that M249 here. Although actually, well, I mean, I have it in here. That's exotic. Is this Jubilee? No, so yeah, this is Joyride. But this one's so similar that I didn't, because that's the other one that you can buy, right? In the store. I don't think I have that one. Or, well, I don't have that one because you can only put one skin anyway, and this kind of Jubilation. This one, kind of like the other one better. This one's a little bit too toyish. Although at some point I should just buy these last 5 skins, right? Actually. The thing is though that, yeah, they would just likely never see you. But maybe at some point I should just buy those 5 skins. But you have the other one that kind of looks very similar as well. And yeah, I got your 2020, but sort of, I'm still getting bronze right. I don't think it's gonna go across because yeah, the bronze is before 2025, right? So yeah, login on or no, it's on or after. Okay, so everybody gets bronze. Okay, so yeah, everybody gets bronze. I know, so silver. I don't think it's gonna. It depends on if you kept the UB name, maybe if it's like basically the same account. Because I'm not sure how that exactly works between consoles. But yeah, everybody gets the bronze. So they get the Murray one. That looks cool. I think that one was from a season track. I think we've already had it once come back up on a bundle, so you might see it again. Or was it bundle blades? I could check actually later on. We'll be going to second account anyway. I could check there if that account has it. It's from a season pass. Tomorrow morning. Yeah, do we get it tomorrow morning? Oh yeah, 25th. Okay, so in the end, yeah, not 28th. Okay, so yeah, we'll have this tomorrow actually. So we'll have our answer then. Especially on second account, I can see because a second account didn't exist until like 2020-ish. Maybe even early 2021. So because I kind of made that account like when the reruns happened. Because this account definitely has been here even in beta and stuff. So let me get it fully, and yeah, let's go play around a little bit. Well, maybe in the future. That he is. Well, I can just show it with the. Here, I don't have the M249, that specific one. I quite often grab just the M249B just for the skin. But yeah, it's very similar to the Jubilation because the pistol grip and like this whole section is kind of the same. And even like there is that rainbow there, but it's just not like it doesn't have those blue things. But this is one of the main reasons I actually sometimes still use an M249B over over grabbing the Mark 46, which technically is better, but it was a cool looking enough skin. Oh, was there beta? Okay, maybe there was beta on console. I was assuming maybe it was like PTS and it didn't have there. But then yeah, maybe it is that time. Well, we'll see tomorrow. Did they announce the maintenance? I would assume that maybe. No, they haven't announced the maintenance. So I was hoping maybe they had something ready, but they don't. Yeah. Okay, I stand corrected then, I think. Because I actually thinking back, I think I remember because yeah, there's the backpack trophies and stuff, and there are I've seen like console players have the backpack trophies from the beta. So now that you say it, no, but yeah, I wouldn't expect them to like that would be weird. But on the other hand, as well, it's just a skin. Like it wouldn't also be. But yeah, it would be annoying to add that to the list of things that some people can't get. Oh, this one, no. So this one and the other one, both this and the Jubilee are just, yeah. So Black Friday Stinger M249B. It lists it with the item. Actually, does it? I mean, I'm pretty sure it lists it here as well. It's just the weapons that are list. So only this. So if the weapons isn't in this list, it's very unlikely. Like, there's technically, sometimes there's a named or something missing when you still can do it. But it's, for instance, this one as well. It's just the tactical SASG. So you can't have it on the black market SASG or on the SASG just 12. So stuff like that. But yeah, this one's just M249B. So that's also why, for instance, yeah, I don't own this one because the other one's very similar, but then also like I've been kind of migrating to Mark 46s. Yeah. Other thing would be, yeah, if you do buy this, like the difference between them is small, but I still kind of, if I'm gonna optimize and grade one, it's gonna be a Mark 46. Might as well spend it on the good one. Oh, no. Well, maybe we'll see. But yeah, we'll have our answers tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't expect it as well, actually, thinking about it, because I don't think it actually keeps track in that way of count existence. Oh, the season basket. Oh, I don't. Well, if it was the M249B that I have on screen for a while, yeah, that was from a season thing. Never ran that one too, but yeah, there's also the Jubilation one that's pretty similar that you can just buy. Last season, yeah. No, I don't think it will be needed for this, but because it's already in the files, right? Everything's in there. A second there, yeah. I mean, yes. Well, likely even 8, maybe. Although, well, no, they'll do a 5-1, right? Or season. Or try to keep it to a 5. Yeah, let's go do this mission. Although, you know what? Let's go actually first.
They're not in cover. Now there's getting more ammo. I'm here for you.
No, actually, the other one's like.
I know you're there. Got my weapon
But yeah,
ready.
let's go do this priority here.
Behind the barrier there.
This is a chance to wipe out the
Run the
leadership
Umbra.
in one decisive blow.
Tech tank
Get in there and hunt them down. Every last
with a
one.
controller. I'm looking forward to tomorrow and no longer having to. I mean, I'm forcing myself. I don't need to, but Well, actually, I definitely feel I've gotten much better with the controller than I used to be, if nothing else. And then maybe we'll make it the subject of a video at some point. Let's see. That's also why I don't have the, well, not this girl, but yeah, I kind of like the other look. The other one's a little bit too toy-like. This one also has some stuff that is a little bit toy-like, especially like the pistol hold, the pistol grip. Yeah, sometimes it comes up like it's one of those skins, like kind of like gems on. What's it called? The gems on the Vector 45. It's kind of popular, so it comes around sometimes. And a door there. And then we'll do this mission, and then we'll go and start recording for the blue-yellow stats video. Because I want to kind of have that recorded, and then we'll see about tomorrow stitching it together. Although maybe now, even after a stream, taking an hour extra, stitching it together, everything, and then. Maybe handy if I actually charged up my Umbra. Don't take my swag. I needs my swag. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's... You can solve that issue by just buying everything. Creates other issues, but it solves that one. Then you have everything. But yeah, nah. It's not a smart thing to do though, but I like supporting the devs that way. This game has brought me plenty of hours of joy, so I'm okay wasting some, you know, earned currency on it. Yeah, this thing definitely is gonna stick around, the Umbra Tech Tank. It's already actually replaced the high-end Tech Tank, the high-end AR one. That thing was no longer really that useful anyway.
Local power offline.
Really the only reason it existed still in the collection was that it's kind of where the Tech Tank started. but also it was really like it was just one piece away from the pistol tech tank back then, or like, you know, the before Tempest one and Eminence Armaments. But now the pistol one is Eminence Armaments anyway, so it's completely different layout on it, so they don't even share that many pieces anymore. Because I think they just share the Obliterate chest and the Memento. Everything else is different. So I think I'll just make this Umbra one in place of that one, and then we'll have to find a spot for the new gear set next season. Still, I needed to know. And thank you so much, Graham. And well, it gets said plenty. I'm actually very happy always to hear that people are, you know, enjoying the work put in. Also, I mean, it's not even that much work. I enjoy it as well to make it anyway, so it all works out. It actually
Constitution Hall is under attack.
opens up my... Because I would be analyzing these kind of... Well, not as in-depth in the past, but I'll be analyzing, like, you know, stuff coming into the game anyway. Now I just get to basically make a video on top. But yeah, always happy to hear it's helping out. And they're amazing. Gets buffed a bit. It doesn't need much. I mean, honestly, it's kind of fine as is. My request was also basically, but yeah, it was just 1 point of weapon damage. Honestly, anything more than that, and it's gonna be actually a little bit, especially like later on, having seen it with in group settings, because yeah, I could retain stacks really, especially in a group setting. But even as if it comes in with the exact PTS stats, it's usable. But then it's kind of gonna get relegated to kind of the B tier, where I think actually if they kind of push the backpack to like 6, it's going to be an A tier. It's going to be a go-to for Pesty. It's good to be a go-to for just kind of group play builds, especially things like retaliation and stuff.
We're set up in the mall. They're not getting through here. Don't die, motherfucker. Not a chance.
You know, stuff where you're kind of, especially in group settings. As a solo, it kind of struggled with stacks, but in a group setting, it worked really well with stacks. This ain't gonna run it exactly. Although back then, like, just that was the thing. Like, high ends were the thing. Like, Heartbreaker didn't exist. Striker wasn't what it is now. Back then, just high ends were the meta. Like, Obliterate high end was the meta. So maybe I should get to full stacks. But nowadays it's just the high ends are kind of outclassed by gear sets in, at least especially for tech tanks and stuff. Just Heartbreaker one, the Striker one, even the Negotiator one, even the OD one.
Still there, sweetie?
And even this Umbra one.
Fuck. Everybody Everybody get yourself
But then
ready.
actually, high-end
Situation
still
is
for
serious.
pistols. Is there, while I do like the striker one also for Tempest, I definitely also like the high-end one. That deserves. Oh, I mean, it's pretty competent and competitive. It still kind of gets overlooked by a lot of people. Thing is, though, there is a clunkiness to it in comparison. I wouldn't mind actually Umbra getting like not a lot, but just a little push, Especially now that, for instance, tipping skills also exist and stuff. It doesn't need much. But yeah, it's just the clunkiness, especially in group settings. But solo, it's perfectly fine, where you have control over, you know, taking cover and getting upfront damage and such, instead of having to build up to the damage. But the downside in a group setting where, you know, strikers go bird and also strikers are trying to just rush ahead just so they don't lose their stacks too much going from room to room. And if you're an Umbra in the middle of that with like in countdown or something, it just feels like clunky. I don't know what I'm doing today, so I'm messing around a little bit with this Umbra tech tank, the tech tank style, but applied to Umbra. I used to have this actually in the past. This is like remaking this build. But the last time I had it was even before Umbra got its big buffs in Project Resolve. That was actually the time it got its buffs, right? Actually, I'm not getting that wrong, right? Where it got a lot more rate of fire and crit. Because definitely before that it was kind of lackluster, but after it became pretty competitive. But I've been meaning to like remake this for a while, but just been busy with other stuff. So recently I was like, you know what? Enough procrastinating. Let's instead amateur procrastinate. Instead of being a pro at procrastinating, we'll be an amateur. Anyway, here I'm just gonna charge up my laser. Because that's what Umbra is basically all about, just...
Gonna need a bed of my own.
Didn't really have the aim there. But even that, like even after all of that, I'm still doing
What's going on?
yeah,
down
40% stacked,
there? You dead too, you inbred son of a bitch.
which still works
Everybody
out to
get
be
the arena
a decent
now.
amount of damage. But yeah, it's basically the standard tech tank layout, but then just Umbra pieces. No, it's coming, and what if it is tomorrow? Yeah, it's tomorrow. What is? Oh, so yeah, actually, well, is the link still likely it's still in my thingy? So they put I'll put it in both chats again. Oh no, that's not it. Let me go find the tab because it actually, well, they've put this out news thing, so. I'll put it in both chats again, but yeah, it's ACS. We already knew what it's going to be. It's that stack broker that's been in expertise, ACS. But now we know as well, like, well, not from that, but from other sources, it's basically plus 20% RPM minus 20% base. So it's the same DPS, but you're, you know, as the name stack broker kind of implies, you're stacking faster. So. And it's going to be tomorrow.
Airborne toxins at unsafe levels. Filters failing.
That once we start logging in, we'll start getting it.
Air filter function restored. Air quality.
There's clunky moments like this where you just kind of have to get in cover. And then, you know, as the name stack broker implies, you're stacking faster. So. And it's going to be tomorrow. That once we start logging in, we'll start getting it. There's clunky moments like this where you just kind of have to get in cover. And then, you know, as the name stack broker implies, you're stacking faster. Makes it just slower. Because if it was Heartbreaker, I was just be rushing in and just like ACS stacking up to full anyway. For instance.
Listen up. We got
But there we
devils in our
start
house
with
that
full
need to kill us
damage
all.
and then kind of
Stand and
lose
fight.
damage.
You hear me? Stand and fight.
Which definitely there's something to be said for that. You get, you know, you can kill the biggest targets the fastest. It's running home for SS 11 Umbra, but that's 0. What's our uptime?
Airborne toxins at unsafe levels. Filters failing.
Wait for Exodus?
Why don't you look then?
Thing is, those don't per se synergize, or you could just stick that in there. It's just a survivability tool, basically,
See how you like this?
with Exodus. Curious to see if we ever get that bug again with the sniper in that position. There's a clip of it on my channel of like the sniper in that like corner, kind of bugging out and just kind of floating into the air.
Gotta take my vitamins.
I mean, yeah, the game's on. You wouldn't be here if it wasn't. Ain't a man.
You bastard!
Let's make everybody a little blind. That's really shit. I'm not gonna try to get the headshots.
Taking out the hyena leadership leaves the faction in disarray. I'll send teams to start securing the supplies and the equipment those bastards were hoarding.
Hey.
And I'll let Odessa know.
We're
If you settle them, you'll be able to rest a little easier
33,669. Nice. But yeah, 33,669. Oh yeah. So with that one in the bag, what's my level now? 195. Okay, so you know what? Let's pick something as a priority objective, just so Anna shuts the F up. 1658. This was Roosevelt, right? Oh, double. Oh, yeah. 1658, yeah, Roosevelt. Yeah, let's take Roosevelt. We'll do that later. Let's take it back to base. Float higher and higher. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I haven't had that that happen. Well, does a cosmetic allow you to choose a different mask, or it's all one piece? There's one piece, actually. That's kind of annoying. I would love this outfit, but then without this mask. But then also, yeah, the hood would need to be a little bit different, but likely to fit other masks. But
Here to check something out?
yeah, no, it's all one piece. Because I kind of like the outfit, but I actually don't kind of like the mask. It's a bit much. Just a little
Nice
bit.
to see you, Agent.
Only use also. Oh, in that way, you mean? Serving condition armor break, just a no time, strong, yeah. I mean, you still get hit sometimes and stuff. Because that's kind of the go-to for the Exodus anyway. But yeah, for instance, with Striker, yeah, you can use it for the aggressiveness of it. There goes some reconstructed caches blueprint, right? Yes, correct. Yeah, it's basically a one. All of the blueprint systems are basically you don't get duplicates. So every time you get one, you get a new one until the pool is done, basically. So I forgot to buy it. I mean, yeah, it is indeed contingent on not messing up that. Same is true indeed. If you go to different accounts, you would have empty. So actually, wait, what did I use for the backdrop on the red one? I think we used. Oh yeah, we used like the Halloween stuff, right? Actually. Yeah, let's maybe use Aaron Space. I was kind of thinking about this as well for this, maybe either this or American History. And just going from like setting to setting. Because then as well, we can kind of like move through the mission. And just have different backdrops. Similar but different backdrops as we go along. Yeah, let's maybe do that, and then we'll start with maybe the A10 or something. The Warthog with the GAU 8 stripped out of it. It was like the intro, and then we just move across the
Hostile broadcast picked up.
parts of it. I don't need to do it on heroic, am I? But let's still do it.
The ramp to the parking garage looks like your best way in.
I'm a charging my Umbra. And then I'm touching your bed. I'm leaning on the desk again. Yeah, it's fine. You know, let's do like I end up putting my elbows kind of on the edge of it and just actually hurts after a few seconds. Or well, it will hurt after a few seconds, but only once I take my elbows off. So been running in that the whole week. Oh, some shooting. Did you just call me a son of a bitch? Well, you're a son of a true.
True Sons munitions detected.
Oh yeah, gotta catch them all. Gotta catch all the blueprints, except you can't, because there's still always a few missing. At least the number is getting closer and closer. Maybe one day. Maybe one day we'll have max number.
Serious trauma detected.
Like everybody chill for a moment. How about I don't blow myself up?
We need to figure out what they're doing here. See if you can find any intel on their operation. Seems like these guys are salvaging and repurposing anything they can from this place. They're crafty bastards.
We need to figure out what they're doing here. They're
Mortar
getting
shells.
puppies
Looks
and
they're heading right for
like
the plaza.
feeding cats and like taking care of orphans. We need to stop them. Man, chill. At any cost. They're just feeding puppies. Yeah. And next season as well, we'll have a
Tag
few
anything
more.
useful and I'll send in a recovery team later.
And blow the shit out of anything too dangerous.
I don't remember actually in PTS. Although, well, we couldn't get the. Oh well, no, we had the blueprint cache, right? So we could get everything. Was that what was the count with that? I don't actually remember.
Fire in the hole!
We're going for laser again.
Now bleed out.
How would you actually alter Umbra to make it
True Sun's reinforcements incoming.
more doable?
Keep moving. We need to clear the next hall.
Because it could have an unkill stack increase as well. Like a kill gets you 10 stacks or something. That would be too much. Kill gets you 5 stacks or something.
It's panic time!
Don't disagree, lady. It is in fact killing
You're done
time.
fucking things up there.
Keep moving. You still got 2 halls to clear.
I mean, I also have an intro to shoot, so shut up, Manny. Gonna use mouse and keyboard actually for recording here because I'm gonna break my brain otherwise. Yeah, let's go over here. Let's make sure the hard drive is spooled up. Let's make sure that do I need any browser stuff? I don't think I do actually. But let's make sure all of these are still going to where I need them to go. Might actually use some spreadsheet stuff later on. Because I'm going to use that for the. Oh. Do something insane. I mean, yes. Also, yes. Have a nice Christmas, yeah. Last Christmas, you gave me $1. But the very next day, it turned out it was a loan. With interest. Yeah. Although, well, they do it at least, you know. If everybody gave one with apparel, basically. Christmas 2030. I would be surprised if it wasn't before that, actually. Beach 6 release. Maybe. Indeed. Oh, yeah. Let's actually set up here. And then actually, so yeah. Let's... So we need to yeah, first armor. Well, no, first base armor. Well, actually, no. We'll do armor, base armor, armor percent. Starting with the blues. And then, yeah, we need to include grading and base percent or base armor. And then the idea was just this list, right? So we just go basically, yeah, armor and kill, regen, health, and then incoming repairs, protection, and then the resistances. That's actually it for the blues, right? Because the PFE is here. Actually, wait, let me. Because I kind of was planning on doing this video like ages ago, but then PTS and everything came in between, so. Because I didn't really make notes for it, but that was also not per se needed, as it was more about library. It was more about because here we don't have anything blue right here. And then here as well, say armor, hazard, health. Oh yeah, explosive resistance. Although, actually, explosive resistance is in that list. I just forgot about it there. Although, actually, we should put health after armor. And then go armor regen and stuff like that. Yes. Yeah. I mean, let's just get started. Well, actually, you know what I should do? I should just go with Major Tom here. Or Sergeant Tom. No, Major Tom Sergeant, right? Because we've already... Have I already used this one? Either way. Either way, let's go with Mr. Sergeant. Actually, so here the spelling is this way. Well, yeah, I wonder actually what the deal is with that one. With the bag of the elements. Because actually I realized here as well, like if his last name was spelled differently, like it would also be here, right? Although we should totally check the what it says in the Oh shit, now I realize actually. We'll go with character 3 actually. Maybe. Well, shit. You know what, let's rest this one up, just in case we need them. Actually, mixing it up with this stuff, with the True Sense Redeemed, I think it would look pretty cool. I do like the Umbra Vest, actually, with a lot of stuff. It's like one of the most minimal... Oh wait, does this not have an outfit thing? Actually, can I not just equip outfits? Am I being a dum-dum? Although I feel I would have noticed if it had now. Yeah, it doesn't have a quick set. It's kind of annoying for some of the sets that come like this. They don't have their thing. Gloves, I don't care. But yeah, actually we need character 3 for this. Or would like to have character 3 for this. Mostly just to be dick and have 3 or like have the 630 BFEs. Yeah, let's do that. Let's take character 3 actually. So yeah, we did that for nothing, but it's one room. It's like 2 rooms. We'll get there again. Yeah, let me pull this back up for a second and catch up here. Let's go over here and and hey there, Tennyson. And good evening. And hey there, Bryce.
Safe area detected.
I can't. Yeah.
Priority objective available.
All money, all please, always. Thank you very much. Yeah, let's set this one up then with Tom again. And then, yeah, let's go record that. Although yeah, we need to get back up to that point. I'm just gonna run in with guns blazing. Where there's so many. At least they're in alphabetical order, so you can kind of. Actually, gonna like the juxtaposition here, especially if you like do that or. But yeah, no, let's just go with. Nah. There's Tom. There's Tom. Let's take that as our look. Oh, this one. This is. Which one was this? The zoo, right? Yeah. I wanted the zoo. Actually, wait, does this character have maybe multiple parts of the weekly done? Maybe I take zoo because, yeah, then they just need Coney amusement, which isn't too bad to do. Maybe we take zoo. Maybe later on we're gonna do it. Let me just get a weekly in, maybe. Back to Earn Space. Earn Space. SASG and Space. Super 90 and Space. I'm just setting up to record. Yeah, we're gonna go record the blue and yellow stats video, similar to the red one we did earlier. This month.
Garage looks like your best way in.
At this point, it's actually been a few weeks since. I have no idea what I'm running. Strike attack tank? Looks like it.
We lost one.
Oh, yeah, that's a tech tank if I've ever seen one. I think I've seen one. But I did the start of it with a second ago, but then I realized I actually want a different character. Because we're going to stay on this character this whole way through.
Agent, hostiles are moving into the East Mall.
Not the East Mall. Busan's in the East Mall. That's so wacky. I know we're going to use a bunch of this mission as backdrops. So,
True Sun's munitions detected.
Yeah. Well, it's not gonna be much sheet. Well, we might use some stuff as like visual, make things clear visually.
We need to figure out what they're doing here. See if you can find any intel.
But most of it is gonna be me yapping.
Seems like these
There's
guys
gonna be a lot of
repurposing anything they can from this place.
IKEA talking
Crafty
about
bastards.
how stats
Give 'em
work.
that.
Like the red one. Do you get, yes, SP. Oh, do I have one, do you mean? No. But also Callus, is it useful
Tag
in
anything useful
PvP
and I'll send in a recovery team
in
later.
comparison
Blow the
to
shit out of anything too dangerous.
a lot of other exotics? At least will be more usable than most, but honestly I think the wind-up time on it would be like too much to ask for. But yeah, I don't have many PvP builds to begin with, so I'm not much of a PvPer. Especially like this whole season has had issues with Tinkerer and still does, and then
True Sun's reinforcements incoming.
Keep moving. We need to clear the
and then
next one.
Tempest on top now. Well, I'm not sure actually from the method I've seen of Tempest if that's can be taken into conflict, but it can definitely be taken
Keep
into
moving.
disease,
Still
right?
got 2 halls to clear.
I'm gonna use this as one of our first backdrops. I need a rub. So Jenny. Oh, actually, what was I running? Oh, likely the Lexi when there. Surprised they're not reissuing the Lexington skins alongside of this as well. And thank you so much, Bryce, for subscribing with Prime there. As always, much appreciated. Anyway, we'll be sure to waste it on some apparel, although this one was free. This one was... This is the one from the current caches. But yeah, likely next week we'll have something to waste on again. This is dance. I wouldn't mind actually having the, yeah, I want the back of the head there and the... That kind of works, right? The, well, maybe more a bit more... So I should be holding a pistol. I have a weapon with like a fitting skin kind of. Or maybe just something without a skin, so it's just a black. Yeah, just that maybe. Although, you know what? Let's do the rarest thing to Lexington, which is to not have a skin on it. Well, actually, nowadays not so much anymore, right? But for a while, that was actually the rarest one. Is to not put a skin on. You know what? For later on, when we're in the build. But yeah, let's swap to that. That actually works. Let's have a little bit more distance, then I don't need to. Go super fisheye. Oh, that works. Yeah, let me catch up here and then I'm gonna start recording a bit. Because yeah, we do have a bunch to go through and we're kind of starting late, but also we can make it a little bit late tonight. Not too much though, because also, yeah, tomorrow I'll be streaming way too much. But that'll be fun too. You can't change the server incursion. I think like it needs to be on the, well, I haven't seen, like I haven't looked too much into it, but from what I've seen, you can't swap maps and keep it, right? The thing is though that in the DZ, I've like seen footage of it working in the DZ, which makes sense as well. Like as long as you don't, as long as you're not solo, basically. As long as somebody keeps the session there, you can go back and get it and then go back, right? Also, yeah, I don't want to like give away too much here. Oh, and thank you so much for the kind words there, Bryce. So I mean that's kind of the you know what we're trying to. Let's see if people spot it. I always like a bunch of people. Sometimes I like try to find somewhat stuff to kind of put on there, and yeah, people often notice the small touches sometimes, which yeah, is always fun. No, brand new. Don't know that helmet you're wearing. Yes, but also yeah. So the thing we were going like, maybe that's actually how his last name is spelled, but yeah, I would expect it more as like a intended thing than a mistake thing with something like that. But I actually want to see what the subtitles when because I didn't pay attention per se to like, although it shouldn't be too hard also to find some footage with subtitles. But actually, if it like goes, because yeah, his last name is Sargent, right? Like that's the joke. That's the whole joke with him. He's Major Tom Sargent. So. Turn on. And actually, the global event has started in Div 1 as well. We'll likely jump in a little bit Wednesday and Thursday, and then maybe on the weekend a little bit. Although, well, weekend, most of it I'll be at work, but maybe we'll jump in on Sunday a little bit. I do think, though, that, yeah, likely I won't be able to spend too much time with the event in Division 1. Because also, actually, yeah, starting Wednesday and Thursday, and then likely Sunday and Monday, I definitely want to maybe play some Space Marines, because I've been kind of wanting to, but I definitely want to avoid the 5 times, so we'll likely go for that. Yeah, let's start an intro here. So in that look, blue yellow stats, previous video, and then we go. Timestamps. Well, it's becoming daytime outside as well, so I kind of like the nighttime there, but it is what it is. Yeah. Let's try a take. Although first, let's do a fake one there. Yeah. Yeah. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we're continuing our look into stats by going into the blue and yellow ones. As we've already covered the red stats in a different video, I'll link to that one, of course, down below, and yeah, it's kind of expected that you've watched that one at least first, as we'll be taking some terms and such from there, but especially the blue and yellow stats kind of stand by themselves as well. We'll go through them, first starting with the blue and then the yellow. Everything will be timestamped down below to what stat it is, so you can jump around if you want to look for one specific stat, if you've been sent here maybe in the future for figuring some of these out. And yeah, we'll go over them all here and explain kind of briefly what they do. And this, once it is done, will be kind of the compendium of things to kind of look through if you are kind of unsure how a stat works. And especially as well as once we start going through the blue ones, there are several caps here that are actually not talked about in the game or shown. So we definitely want to cover those. But yeah, let's go get started. Didn't feel too terrible. But it was also a little rambly. let me make sure. Our look into stats by going. There weren't too many ums and ahs. You know what? Let's take one more. I'm gonna keep that one, and then if this one fucks up, we'll go with that one. Let's actually take this a little wider now that there's a little bit more light in here. Yeah, let's try another take and then. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look into blue and yellow stats. This is the follow-up to the red stats video we did a little bit recently, although it's been a time already, as the PTS, of course, kind of came in between it. But now we'll continue our look into these stats and go over them one by one, explaining how each of them works and kind of the basics of each and also some of the intricacies, especially with the blue stats. We'll be running into several caps that are actually not stated within the game, which is kind of a dick move. But we'll go over all of them. Everything will be timestamped down below, so you can jump to a specific stat if you're looking for something in particular. And we'll go over them one by one and go. I lost myself there after misspeaking with stat. Okay, just one more. Just one more. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look into blue and yellow stats. Continuing our look into stats as we've gone over the red ones recently with a video. They'll be linked down below if you're looking for those. In this video, we'll be going stat by stat, starting with the blue ones, then the yellow ones, and explaining how they work and their intricacies and their particularities. As especially with some of the blue stats, we'll be running into several caps that actually are not per se stated within the game, which is kind of a dick move. Everything will be timestamped, so if you're looking for something in particular, you can jump directly to that timestamp. Let's go, get started. Okay, that was 1,000 times better. We're keeping that one. That was much cleaner. 42 seconds. No yapping or rambling. We got in, we got out, we did what we need to do. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, how weird, so am I. This character actually has something like blue, Dabadiba. Oh, we'll just take this one. Okay, so we'll start with base armor. Well, actually, wait. For that we need a red belt. Yeah, for that we need a red belt. Preferably an ungraded red belt. And like this. And then just. Makes 0 sense, but. Actually. Oh, that's great. Yeah. Is everything graded? What asshole does this? Why would you grade your builds? That's also. That isn't. Wait, you would have a group of glove, right? Yeah. Although, yeah, now let's just do a striker. Or let's do an obliterator. Yeah. Fine. I'll just move this mod over for a second. Yeah. Let's make sure I got up all the way. Yeah, the new veteran rewards, it'll be like a thing we can use for stacking. It's not that, like, it's not as game changing as the Lexington or anything. Well, rate of fire we've already covered. Actually, what I should have done with the reds as well, I will cover them here with the yellows, but I actually forgot about optimal range specifically. There was another one actually. Accuracy, but we cover. Oh no, actually, I think we covered accuracy. Because yeah, we did accuracy and stability, right? I think. But yeah, then well, there was a second one. I will likely run to the yellows. But yeah, rate of fire we already covered with the reds. But yeah, we didn't cover optimal range, was the only one missing from there. But also technically it's a yellow stat, even though like it's there's no makeup for the damage loss, it's plus 20, minus 20. It's the exact same DPS as, at least on the burst DPS, is the exact same DPS as the other weapons. The thing with it is, as the name implies, stack broker, it's gonna just stack 20% faster. So, especially. And I'll likely make a video on it, actually. Will be our next video. But don't expect too much from it because it's not that interesting of an item. It's not like the Lexington or something, which is also a good thing because I don't think we need that many Lexington style weapons in the game, because we already have a few on the horizon with like Sheriff and stuff, if it stays like it is. Yeah, let's go get started here. Oh, actually, I should have taken to second account where we had... Well, nah, that's too much. We can always... Yeah. Yeah. And let's start our journey into blue stats first, where we'll start with armor. Now, this isn't the armor from Blue Cores that I'm talking about, but the base armor from gear. Because first of all, even on a red build, it's not that we have 0 armor. We usually, at least if you have a full watch and have the 10% armor from there, you have 726, as we have here, with a build that has no grading on it. That comes from the base armor of each piece of gear. So that's underneath here, for instance, where it says high end, and then underneath it, it says armor. All of this added up together on all of these pieces, all 6 pieces, and each piece, each slot has basically different values. So you get a lot more from the chest and the backpack than you do, for instance, from the glove and the mask and such. All of it added together adds up to 660, which is basically at level 40 with level 40 high-end gear, because purples and such have less space. And of course, if you had the option to have blue or such, or you're below level 40, of course, the values change. But for level 40, the baseline for every player is having either high-end or gear sets, and both of those have the same amount as well, so gear sets don't have more armor. You have 660. If you are level 1000, and you have, of course, the 10% armor from the watch, as we have here, then we get from that 66k, 10% of that, so we land on 726,000 as we have here. Grading, this is important why you need to know this base armor existing. This is kind of similar to the base weapon damage of a weapon. This is an important stat because, for instance, grading actually only affects this armor. It doesn't affect if you add armor cores on top of it. It doesn't increase that by that percentage, but it's only this base amount that gets affected by the grading on the gear. That means that because of that, even on a tanky build or something, the grading actually is percentually less of the amount, because if you start adding blue cores, it actually is only increasing that base amount, even though you're adding blue cores on top. That 10% armor from the watch, that is actually affecting everything in total. And because of that, the grading is not really that great on gear. Now, with a lot of gear, I will take it to 12, which is the point that it will start costing exotic components. And that's the thing to do with especially red bills and such. For instance, here I have my OD set up. And as you can see, even though, yeah, it's for with even, even there with 5 pieces saved, and that's just so I can put in different exotics and have it basically at the ready to either have a Tinkerer go in, or a Centurion, or an Overdogs, or whatever else I want to put in here. If we have, well, in this case, not everything graded to 12, we're going to take a different backpack, and I'm just going to actually cheat for a second and just put in even not a red cord item, but just because this has grade 12 and doesn't have a blue core on top. At grade 12, we have 813k as we have here, if every piece has grade 12 on it. And yeah, that is basically the points up until where it's pretty cheap to grade up gear. After this, of course, it starts costing exotic components, and those are much better spent on the weapons and such, because the upgrading here actually isn't that impactful. Going from 720 to, for instance, here 813 as we have it, that's not that big of a jump and will not really make that big of a difference. That isn't to say that it isn't worth it at all. There is points where, yeah, if you run a build a lot, if you're running a build consistently and often, and likely with, for instance, the Striker Tech Tank as I have it here, I could see myself at some point maybe taking this all the way to 30, because I'll have everything else already at 30. As you, for instance, here I have the skills. I definitely have, for instance, weapons at grade 30 in my stash, not on the character itself here, but at some point it goes like, what else do I have to spend it on? And then we'll take the gear up. But the gear usually comes last, and the reason is that it basically, the grading affects only the base damage, and the base damage or the base armor is fixed. I fumbled a little there. Let's see how long that is. 4 minutes. Yeah, let's redo that. And also, do I have a build where, although actually I can just take this backpack to 12. I thought I had the backpack at 12 as well, because that looked clunky. I should have just gone to this Eclipse. Let's just take this. You can better stay with a red build. Although maybe we just go to that Eclipse. Yeah, we just go to that Eclipse. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that again. Because, yeah, kind of forgot to check for that. It's faster than the rock and roll if you factor in max size and reloads. I mean, yes, but that depends on if you're going for 100 stacks or 200. Well, likely actually with the RPM increase of this being 20%, I'm willing to bet like, I mean, yeah, the ACS, well, going to 200 if you're just getting, yeah, that would be an interesting, but yeah, no, I think it will be to the rock and roll. Unstacking. The thing is though that, yeah, rock and roll is only useful for 200, not so much for 100. Stacking with the ACS, like you have 180 stacks in a 20 round max. Huh? That's enough for most uses. And even outside of that, like the rock and roll is only useful for really needing the 200, and if you're kind of at a range where not all pellets are going to hit, because that's 240. Because also once you're at 160, you're already over Obliterate Striker, and you can just swap over to the AR and just get the rest of the way up with AR or SMG or LMG or whatever your main weapon is. I think this thing for stacking will just be the go-to moving forward. Yeah, let's do this one again. And let's start on the blue end with the start of all of it. In the same way that the base weapon damage is kind of considered the start of the calculation side of things and the most important part of the red side, Here we can start with the base armor. Now, this isn't armor from armor cores, as for instance, even on a full red build like this, of course, we don't have 0 armor, we have 726. Although here, of course, with a character that has the watch and has the 10% from the watch on top. All of the pieces that we have a base armor amount, and that's right up here underneath the high end, as it says here, underneath the name and the high end. We have 131k armor on this backpack and 80k on the mask and so forth on each of these pieces. All of these pieces combined add up to 660,000 armor. That is basically the base amount of either any high-end or gear sets, because both of those have the same amounts, at level 40. Now, at level 40 for high-end and gear sets, of course, if you're running purple gear, you have a little bit less. If you're below level 40, you have a lot less as well, of course. But for, end game, where most of our concerns lie, 660 is our base amount before any blue cores and before any grading or, for instance, extra stats like that 10% armor. It is important to know that this base armor exists because this is actually the base armor is the only thing affected by grading on the gear. So when we add, for instance, grading onto armor, what we're increasing is only this base amount. So only that 660,000 that we have, that will be increased by the percentages that we have, and then also per piece. Now, of course, if we apply it to all pieces 10%, then we're getting 10% on top of that. That 10% is then going also into then the watch, and that's getting also increased by 10% because this 10% armor, and the same for brand bonuses and such, as we'll discuss in a second, as well with this separately, the percentage armor increase, those apply over everything. So the grading does get taken into this amount, but it's not the other way around. It doesn't add into this amount. So because of that, grading on gear isn't that impactful. So for instance, here on a character, for instance, with a build without any grading on it, we have 726,000 armor. So we have 660,000, of course, 10% of that, 66,000, that gets added on top, 726. If we take it now, for instance, here to a different build where I have grade 12 on everything, and grade 12, of course, is the point at which it starts becoming very expensive to grade things up. Up to grade 12, it doesn't cost any exotic components. From grade 10 onwards, it does start to cost that. So actually taking it up to grade 12 isn't that expensive resources wise, and that's why you'll see a lot of my builds, for instance, as well in the build collection and on my characters, going up to grade 12, but actually not going further, because those exotic components to me are better spent on, for instance, the skills or the weapons, especially the weapons. Here, a build with grade 12, we see that we have 813,000.1. And that is the increase that we see there. So we have basically less than 100,000 getting this grade 12 on this. Now, that isn't nothing, but it isn't also something really impactful. And as they say in Roosevelt, is that supposed to be helpful? It depends really on, how much resources you have lying around. At some point, it can become worthwhile to actually take a build or two that you use a lot. Even then, once you have all the weapons done and you have all the skills done and you use a build a lot, it can be worth it or it can become worth it to you to take it, higher and higher. Because you do reach, for instance, 900 something thousand, and you do feel a little bit of difference, but it comes at a very high cost, especially considering that, we could also have extra damage. But once you've reached grade 30 on all of your weapons and such, there is, why not? But that base armor, that is set, the grading adds to that one. And because the grading only affects that one, it is really most useful actually to me on builds that are effectively full red or full yellow, as we see here. Because on builds that already have a lot of tankiness, it doesn't actually add that much. Okay, we're going to cut it there. 449, that's perfectly fine for that. Because that's kind of the start of the whole discussion. It's like different backdrops for each of them. Especially maybe angles people don't look at things often at. We don't have control over the angle here, so maybe from here. You can have the, yeah. And I have that. Yeah. I'll also go to the library here. Do I have a full moon mount? This is 9% armor, right? No, at all. You know what? We'll take this one. Plus the 1.9. Okay. And next we'll go to the cores. As yeah, the cores are of course where we do have a lot of control of adding armor onto a build. So each of the cores that we have available can be either red, blue, or yellow. Now, of course, there's an opportunity cost there. Once we pick one, we can't have the other ones. But of course, for instance, this being a DZ or a PvP kind of build, there we go with a lot of blue cores. In general play, in especially the PvE side of things, going to blue is not too useful because tankiness is just not that useful in the large scheme of things, especially at the cost of the red cores that you could have there or the yellow cores. Each core gives us at max, and of course you need to have the max in your library to be able to apply it to pieces, is 170,000. That means that, for instance, on a build like this, that doesn't have any other, for instance, plus 10% or 5% armor, but just has 6 blue cores and just the watch, we land on just below 1.9 million armor. And that gets truncated in this corner into 1.9 as we have it there. Each core just adds its number to that amount. So we have the base, the grading affecting that base, and then on top of that, then we have, oh, actually, fuck, this is like half graded. Wait, I thought this was fully graded with 12. Wait. Matador and Jessica Chest. I was gonna say, isn't it with 12s just a little bit over 1.9? Yeah, let's grade this down. That's what I get for... That happens a lot with me. I sometimes get hung up on a word. I notice it there. Yeah. But yeah, that's, if you watch a lot of my videos, you oftentimes kind of find a word I'm kind of stuck with. Because that's kind of handy, especially when you're just talking quick, just to have something as a filler word just to kind of extend thinking time. But that's then that. That's also why, yeah, I wasn't going to use that take. But also on top of that, like, because I want grade 12 here. That's actually the point I want to make. It's kind of contingent on that. Likely we were full up enough on resources as well. So you just do this quick. So sometimes I have the same with like actually, or like in this case, and then just in this case, or so like that. Yeah, so wait, this is now, yeah, I was gonna say with grade 12, this should be just a little bit over 1.9. Let's make sure that the other one is in the folder. Yeah, and this one can go. And the next, after that base that we don't really have too much control over, we go to the cores, where we do have a lot of control, of course. Each of the cores, if we recalibrate it, can either be a red core, a blue core, or a yellow core. With the blue core, we're getting 170,000 armor if we have the max value in our library, of course. This is contingent on all that. But then, if we do put our core, for instance, here to a blue core, this 170,000 armor, this does come at a cost, of course, at an opportunity cost, where we have to pick between, if we're going red, blue, or yellow. We're giving up damage or skill tiers for this, weapon damage or skill tiers for this. And in the division, definitely for the PvE side of things, we lean quite heavily towards doing damage and kind of surviving by just killing faster than we die, kind of. But there's definitely something to be said, for instance, with 4 blue cores, where in this case, where we have an DZ build, or in this case, a conflict build setup, where we do want to take some blue cores. But even here, for instance, if we have 6 blue cores, and here even with grade 12, we don't have anything else like the brand sets affecting that. So we don't have Gila or something for plus 10% or 5% bonus armor or such, or armor increases. We only have the 6 cores, we have 12 grading, and we have 10% from our watch, and all of that adds up to 1.9 million-ish, a little bit over. That gets truncated here down to 1.9 million. Now, of course, that isn't the top amount. We could, of course, take things like, for instance, Foundry that adds to that, and Gila and such. But honestly, blue cores and such, outside of having a few, there is a point of diminishing returns to them as well, effectively. And here as well, if we look at it from the perspective of how much the grading is adding here, the grading is actually adding here the exact same amount that it would do on the previous build. So it's adding around just below that 100k here at grade 12. At grade 30, of course, it would add more, but effectively it has the same amount that it adds in, independent of how many blue cores we have. And that's why, yeah, it basically is less impactful the more blue cores that we have. Doesn't mean that it's not important, because of course, if we are, for instance, not so much with this, but running a raid tank and our only job is to do that tanking, yeah, we could take that a little bit higher. And, you know, all those times we were left on a sliver or something, we would have had a little bit more before we had reached that point. But armor cores are just that. They do get affected by, of course, percentage armor increases. And that is actually one of the places where we can gain a little bit more than we have here. Oh, we need... Actually, yeah, I should have gotten... Because I don't have anything here that is percentage armor increase, right? No. Should grab that set from the... Well, actually, if I fast travel out, I can fast travel back in here, right? Also, we can move to the next room after. Yeah. Let's... Oh, that's not where I wanted to go. Oh, I need a Daisy.
Friendly control point nearby.
A wild toasty has appeared. We did go here. I should have just gone to safe house, but it's fine. And you're welcome in. Hey, I'm just recording something, so... Ah, ransom going the wrong way. Should remember that actually, yeah. Let's grab this. This will be handy for some of the stats we're talking about anyway. Although no, actually, thinking about it, I should actually put the lampshade in there of... Should I actually put the lampshade in there of... because actually, what I said there isn't completely true. Doesn't matter. With blue builds, it does matter, but not in that way. Well, actually, we can basically correct for that here. Because, yeah, the percentage increase ones does go over the grading on top as well, so... Although, yeah, that still makes sense. And the next up, I'm adding here the grading job left on a sliver. But yeah, let's go find another backdrop. I'll likely just have the workshop or like this from the other end, and then we'll go into the planetarium for the next one. Maybe we take like a white from here. Like that, yeah. Oh yeah, actually this set... Wait, how much... how much does this actually have nowadays? Because this is actually an old set, of course. It has over 100, right? No. Now that this is 30. Or wait, was it set up with... so... Or we changed it already when this was made 30. Oh, no, actually, no, yeah. So this is exactly 100 hazard protection right there. So then watch 6 stats using a... yeah. This one's also wording-wise total armor, right? Yes. Yeah, let's go back and onto total armor. And next up, let's go to percentage total armor. So some brand bonuses give us this. So Gila has that here for 5%, and for instance as well Usina. If we have multiple sources of this, these are additive to each other. This basically works in the same way. You could see it in the same way basically as total weapon damage. They're additive to each other and then multiply against everything else. So this as well is actually additive to the 10% that we get from the watch if we have this maxed out. So in total on this build where I have 10% from the watch, 5% over here, 5% over here, we have 20% extra total armor. And that means that with all of the blue cores here, we're gaining a little bit more than the number we had before, and we're going a little bit over 2 million. But this is important to understand as well with the grading and this total armor. The total armor does affect the amounts that we have also through our base. So if we have grading, that percentage will also, or well, this percentage increase will also affect that grading amount that we have there. So with the previous build where we did not have any total percent armor, the grading there is actually less impactful. Here the grading is 20% better, but that's of course at the cost of, well, our watch, or well, having our watch up and then 2 brand bonuses going towards it. Now, in general, that isn't that useful as well. For instance, this build that I have here isn't actually a useful build. This is just as a test bed, but it'll do well here as we can discuss some of the caps as well in a second, as this reaches many of them. That total percent increase, that is actually one of the better ones that we can get, especially if we're getting a bunch of blue cores in the same way that, for instance, total weapon damage is actually impactful. It is basically a separate multiplier onto an absolute number that we have. And because of that, we can gain a decent amount from that. And especially with a bunch of blue cores, that can be more than a blue core by itself, especially if we have grading as well in there. But that amount basically goes over all of the rest of our stats and just increases our total armor by this amount. Several ways of saying the same thing, but then that's kind of sometimes repeating is half the task of teaching. Yeah. So from there, so wait, we have base armor plus grading, armor cores, percent armor. Now we basically go into yeah, these ones.
Hostile radio
Let's,
intercepted.
maybe
Citizens on my six. So cut through the
I should
planetarium.
I can
We
clear
gotta
this room with
secure that
this.
ordnance.
Although the skills are weird on this. We do like this. I might as well load something else. Do you have something with Gunner? Yeah. Actually, you know what? Let's load this for a second just so that mod goes back. That one. Well, let's clear out this next room and then we can record in there. It doesn't matter too much. What do I
Humanity has
take?
been observing the planets for millennia, but we are only now beginning to uncover some of their secrets.
You're ahead.
Earth, the third rock from
So I
the
should go
sun.
back there as well.
Our home
Takes nights.
may not
Well, luckily for you, this is going to be a
So
video by
far,
itself,
it is
so
the
you can
only
just
planet
watch the video
that can
tomorrow.
support life as we know it.
So likely I'll
In the
set it up for
vast
tomorrow.
reaches of space, it is irrational to think that our planet is the only place
Gonna be
capable
blank.
of creating and sustaining life. We know that Mars once had vast oceans, that many of the elements found on Earth could only be created
Lost sight of the enemy. Changing
of a
position.
supernova,
We're taking
while
contact.
no other planet in our solar system
Why is she like
Immediate medical
hanging back
assistance
there?
needed.
that the building blocks that allowed organisms to evolve,
Don't waste any time.
complex living beings like you and me, started as nothing.
Man, it feels so nice to be back on
of a
keyboard and
dying
mouse, even
star
if it is for
right
just a
here
minute.
away.
Although, well, actually, tomorrow we'll go back to keyboard and mouse. I've fulfilled my goal of a week of controller. I feel tomorrow. Definitely don't want to do it for the masters. I'll die way too much. And we'll take this as actually a bit more here. Yeah. Here. Okay. Just to have the backdrop be right. Yeah, let's remake that thing again. This monstrosity. It's also why it's just pieces in the stash. Just but at least has all of the stats and stuff, and we can show the caps as well. Oh, I realize. Oh yeah, I need to have that not be there.
But so far, it is the only planet that can support life as we know it. In the vast
We'll shut the lady up that way. I ran into that one the last time as well. When's the test? The test for what? Oh. Well, actually, it was yesterday. Where were you? You failed because you didn't show up. So yeah. But yeah, no. The test is in the game. And choices you make there. Syllabus. Well, maybe it'll be. Well, actually, yeah, we could totally go with. Although I don't have a full blue. Oh, I mean, we have strikers with blue pieces there. Yeah, let's go to here. Yeah, and then not that, not have chat on the screen. Next up, armor on kill. And this one's pretty simple, as it states, armor on kill. We get a kill, we get armor on that amount. So depending on what our percentage is that we get armor on kill from, because most of the worthwhile places that we can get armor on kill comes as a percentage. We of course have mods that are an absolute value, a fixed amount value of armor and kill. Those generally aren't worth it just because of how small they are and how little they actually matter. But especially for instance here, yeah, we are still on that full blue build with the extra percentage armor even. And then of course Gunner, which can provide 10% armor on kill, and that does show up in our stats. That means that here, for instance, with an extreme example, we can get all the way up to 400k armor on kill. But the way to kind of look at it, especially with a lot of these stats, is how much of a percentage that is. So in this case, this is basically a fifth. We can very easily kind of guesstimate that, of course, here. So we have basically 20% armor on kill, which is also exactly what we have. We have 10% from there and 10% from Yuzina here. The reason that, yeah, we don't use mods is that with the fixed amounts that they have, they really never make sense, especially with the opportunity cost that they have versus, for instance, having a mod in there, even a PFE mod, that would, for instance, make it so that you don't take that damage in the first place. Armor and kill, very useful, of course, and we can go for quite a bit of it. Thinking of it in percentage values is kind of the way to go, especially, you know, if you have 20%, 5 kills get you all the way back to full. On 30%, or well, 33%, 3 kills would get you to full, but 30% is close enough there, so you would have 90% back after 3 kills. Even 10% adds up, as we do get a lot of kills, especially if you have the control over that, for instance, when you are solo. And of course, that kind of falls away the more we are, for instance, in a group setting or such, and then especially as well if we're doing something very specific like the raids and such. But armor and kill is very simple as a stat. It is also getting triggered actually from other sources of kills. For instance, if we kill through means of, for instance, a debuff, or for instance, through our skills, we still get this armor on kill. And because of that, it can actually be worthwhile to kind of, for instance, quite often we take Gunner just for this by itself. This value is always, yeah, keep it in mind, and one of the better stats to go for. There isn't per se a limit to this. You can reach all the way up to 100% armor on kill, but effectively at current time, we don't really have a normal way of doing that outside of shenanigans. Next up, armor on kill, especially if you have the control aim. Just making sure as well that no desync on audio or anything. Yeah. Let me catch up here for a second. Indeed. The double cooler. Well, why not triple cooler? Yeah. We're gonna include machines and turrets. Yeah, okay. As it was already gonna go in there. Kill in group, or I should give the kill shot. Now, yeah, you need to. The kill shot needs to come through you or your source, but that's kind of implied through there. Why I was talking like in group settings, it becomes less effective. But it needs to be you, your skills, or some damage form that you applied. Because for instance, yeah, pesty, or if you like set something on fire, counts as well. That's kind of implied with the group section there, I feel, and then I'm not gonna revisit that one. Yeah, let's go to armor regeneration. Oh, I don't have that armor ball anymore, right? No. Also, I wouldn't want to go and get it. So, yeah. Next up, we have armor regeneration. Now, this comes in two forms, again, and in the same way as armor on kill, we can either get sources that are percentage-based or sources that are an absolute value. Now, the absolute value is especially the stats that we can have on gear. Those are generally not worth it unless you really have nothing better to do with that stats spot, which can sometimes happen with some builds that are aligned to, for instance, have already a lot of armor regen and are maybe running SMG, so they don't need crit alongside of crit damage or such. But in general, the percentage armor regen is the stats we want to go for. The way to kind of think about armor regen is actually to divide the duration, to reach the duration by dividing 100%, regenning 100%, dividing that by how much you have. So if you were to have 1% armor regen, you would take 100 seconds to go all the way from 0 all the way back up to full. 100 seconds, 1 minute 40, that's a long time. 2%, now you're cutting it down to 50 seconds. 50 seconds, much more doable than that 100, than that 1 minute 40, of course. If you add another percent and take it to 3%, now you're 33 seconds. This is, for instance, as well, where the memento lands once it's fully charged. And 33 seconds feels pretty decent. So you're getting a decent time, but in a decent time, you're getting back to full armor from empty. And 4%, 25 seconds, and then 5%, 20 seconds. As you may notice, we're basically, when we're looking at it in the way of how many seconds it takes, we're kind of getting diminishing returns. Going from 1% to 2%, we cut it in half. Going from 2% to 3%, we then lose, in that first step, that was 50 seconds. In the second step, it's just a little over, 16.7, technically, or 16.6 repeating is the actual technical term there. But yeah, each time that we kind of add a percent there, we aren't cutting it by as much, especially going, for instance, from 4% to 5%, we're cutting it down by 5 seconds. Now, that can still make a meaningful difference, and it will, going from 4% to 5% really feels different, but it isn't as meaningful as, that first percentages. That's also why, we want to generally go with percentage increases here, and especially getting several percent of it, because just 1% by itself, 100 seconds to go from empty to full, you're just not going to sit around for that and wait. At least I'm not most of the time. And the reason for that as well is we have armor kits, of course. We can just go from 0 to full in basically the 2 seconds that it takes to hold down that button and, apply an armor plate again. And by doing that, you're going way faster. But once you're reaching into, for instance, the 3%, which you can get from a memento, especially if you have some armor cores going with that, because keep in mind that that's just your armor bar that we're then talking about. The amount that it exactly is dependent on, of course, how much armor you have. If you have only 500k and you're taking 3 seconds to get that back, of course, if you're taking, 10 seconds to get that back, let's say, really quick, you have a lot of armor regen, 10% you would have to need then. You would actually have, 50, if it's 50k, 10% of that, 5,000. But 500k, you have 50,000. If you have, let's say, 1 million, now, of course, that's 100k. So it is also dependent on how many blue cores you have. That's a balance you also generally need to think about, especially with armor regen. Because, of course, the hits coming in are not percentage-based of our amount. They're a hard value on the enemy side. So if we get hit by a sniper shot, of course, it might take away all of our armor if we're full red, but it might not take away all of our armor if we have a few blue cores. And because of that, we have less to regen, and we can regen that back up in the same time. But, of course, we're regenning in absolute values more. So there is a lot of things to consider when it comes to armor regen, and the balance, especially with how many blue cores you go with, and maybe keeping some of the damage, and then especially as well how much of a percent you go with really matters. Usually the easy way is just to stick a memento in there. And once it's charged up, now it does take a little bit of time to charge up, but that 3% from that is really powerful. And we're just going to cut it there. Because I'm getting rambly. I'm already rambly. This isn't per se well scripted, but that's also not the kind of videos I make anyway. Because I could script this to be much better. Yeah. Yeah, I've used this one actually recently already. So because now we go to health. And next up, we'll go to our other value, because we actually have two values, of course, when we look at our stats here. We have armor and we have health. Now, the reason they've done this, and it wasn't, to some people, it still isn't clear why they've done this, is that, of course, in Division 1, we only had health. In Division 2, we have health and armor, and that's just to split them up and give you a little bit of more control, at least to the devs, to fine-tune that a little bit. So we have a value of health that we can't really do much with, not much interacts with it, not much heals it, not much damages it directly, because it's only really poison that directly can damage health underneath armor. But then the armor has a lot more talents towards it and such. And because of that, they can kind of always make sure that you have a little bit of survivability there, even if you make basically no choices when it comes to your armor or such. Even if you wear a gray build, you still have your health. Your health is just based upon your level, and that is just a fixed amount as you level up. So here at level 40, with the stats as well from, of course, our watch, where we do get a 10% here from this towards our total health, which works in the same way as our total armor stat. We can increase that, or we have that increased to this 600 or 363. Our base amount is 330, 10% less than that. But then our health is, of course, not per se different than our armor. There isn't, in some games you have things like shields and a hull. And then, for instance, the shield is better against, let's say, energy weapons, and the hull is better against kinetic weapons or things like that. Or usually actually vice versa. Or they have different resistances. We don't have that in Division. So they're basically effectively the same, our health amounts. Of course, our health amount is also actually dependent on how much we get from the watch, because actually it's 300,000 base. Actually, I should be remiss in not forgetting that, because we, of course, get up to level 2000, we get health bonuses here. And that goes for a total of 60,000, where actually, I need to include that. I totally forgot about that. That's also why, it's not that. Wait, how is it then? Wait, how much is the base amount then? 270. Yeah, it's 270. Oh yeah, it's 270. So yeah, I didn't even get that right. I was wondering, wait, it's less than 300. But yeah, but it's 270 plus 60 from the watch plus 10%. Yeah, so let's redo that. Next up, let's go to our other survivability stat, which is, of course, health. Alongside of armor in Division 2, we have, of course, our health. Now, for Division 2, there isn't a difference really meaningfully between health and armor in how they interact with getting shot, for instance. But yeah, there's a pretty good reason, and I know a lot of people really don't, oh well, even still up to this day, don't really understand why they've done it this way. And that is, I think, at the very least, or conjecture-wise, I can say that they likely wanted to split up our survivability into multiple nodes, where, for instance, the health part of it doesn't interact with much. Not much can directly damage health. Only really poison does so. And it is not affected directly by, for instance, we have things affecting either total health or total armor. This way they can kind of split it up But also they can make sure that even if you're wearing a full gray build, let's say yeah, at level 40, you still have your health. The base amount of health is 270,000. At level 2000 and beyond, which I am here, we get a further 60,000 here. And then, of course, at 1,000 level of watch, or well, whenever we input it into this total health amount, we gain a 10% amount here as well. All of that for a level 2000 or beyond character with at least everything filled in makes it so that we have a total that we have here, which is 363,000 as we have here. Now, of course, we have some brand bonuses affecting total health, but for instance, not all med packs heal health, and that's kind of used as a balancing factor. So, for instance, as well, when we have armor on kill, that's armor on kill. It doesn't, health on kill is its own different stats as we'll look at in a second. This way they can make it so that it's not runaway as it was, for instance, in Division 1, where because it was just one stat that we had, they couldn't really give us a lot of regen or such for that, because the way to kind of look at it is that, yeah, there is no difference per se between these two. So where some games have, for instance, a shield and let's say hull or something, and you know the shield is pretty good against kinetic weaponry, and the shield and the hull is good against, you know, energy weaponry or things like that, or for other games have different resistances for different things. We don't per se have those kind of things in Division. So they're just basically buffer amounts, and they just, as the enemy hits them, we go through the armor and then we go through the health. The health itself, of course, does have the health gate at the end of it, where the armor doesn't, where some other games basically put, for instance, a gate at the end of armor. For instance, Warframe does that. But here our health is effectively the same, but a separate stat. And then also on top of that, in the same way, yeah, I'm gonna cut it there, and then we'll go to health on kill. Do we have any absolute value at all for health on kill? It's all percentual, right? Yeah, so yeah. Let's put this away. Already forgot. Also, on top of that, in the same way, next up, let's we have health on kill, and similar in way of working as armor on kill. Whenever we get a kill, and this can be from, again, any sources of ours, if it is our skills or us or a debuff we applied, like for instance Pestilence, this health on kill would be added to our health pool. Now, this is really only Hunter's Fury. The several of the med packs can also interact with this. Actually, several? Why did I say several? It's only Firewall, right? Why did I say several? We'll get that there. Yeah, it's only Firewall. Yeah, it's fine. Wait, what was my last? So I have. Yeah. Yeah. Health on kill, which works in the exact same way as armor on kill. Whenever we get a kill, and this can be again from us shooting the enemy, or from our skills, or from a debuff, or basically any other source that is applied by the player. If it counts as your kill, then it will be, you will trigger this health on kill amount. Now, there isn't many places where we can get this one, much less so than, for instance, armor on kill, where definitely, you know, several brand bonuses are going towards that. Here, mostly the health on kill, if we do want this stat, and of course, this is effectively a much smaller pool that we're affecting. generally than an armor pool, because by default it is basically half of the armor values that we have at minimum armor cores. But yeah, we can get some from Hunter's Fury, we can get some from Firewall, and then the Firewall armor kit is also actually the only thing that is also a med kit on top, where it heals a little bit of this health. And this is then, yeah, a stat all on it to itself as well. It does work exactly in the same form, though, as armor on kill. And I was like thinking, is there anything else I need to say? But no. No need to ramble if there's nothing to say. We're going to skip health regeneration because it doesn't mean anything and you can't interact with it anyway. So next up, we'll go to incoming repair. Yeah, something that has incoming repair. No. You know what, actually here as well. Let's go to... Yeah, let's go up there. Just out of habit, I shot that. Yeah, we can just go here actually. Oh no. Oh wait, no. I mean, no mods. brain already kind of giving up. And yeah, let me catch up here for a second before we jump back in headfirst into this. There it goes. They're down there. Yeah, they're just waiting. Yeah, watching, waiting, comment, 0 rating, say it ain't so. And anti-Yanish. What does repair do? Well, wait, do you mean just repair? Because that's what we're gonna discuss with yellow, but incoming repair is the next one because that one's a blue one. But yeah, we're recording for a video, so we'll also have it here be, explained in a second. Yeah, let's go with incoming repair. And then we move on to incoming repair. This one's a doozy. A lot of people get this wrong, and yeah, it comes up in a lot of conversations. Specifically, the simple way to look at incoming repairs is that this applies only to repairs coming from skills. That is the intention of it. Now, I always bring it like that because there might be just some weird talent that I'm, not remembering, although I never get corrected on this, so I don't think there is anymore, because there has been in the past sometimes talents interacting with this. That shouldn't be the case. So this is only repair from incoming repair from repairing skills. So if somebody has a hive out, either you or other people, and again, this is also not from other people or such, this can be yourself as well. And the way to kind of look at incoming repair is that for instance, if you're getting repaired by somebody else, there's a healer in your team or such, if they were going to do, let's say, 200,000 of healing with 20% incoming repair on top, they're going to do 240,000 healing onto you. This doesn't matter if it's also your own skills or not, and that is actually kind of important, and that's kind of the uses for incoming repair. One of the things you can do is actually take repair skill and incoming repair on your build, and because they are separate things and working on different ends, what will happen is that they're multiplicative to each other, effectively. They're separate multipliers to each other. So your repair skills will make it so that your skill will heal for more, and then once the skill heals you, the incoming repair will again apply its full amount. So instead of, for instance, if you have the option, if you have, let's say, 3 mod slots where you could put some repair skill and some incoming repair or such, if you were to take all repair skill, you would actually be healing less than if you were to take for instance, 1 repair skill, because the thing to remember as well is that you'll have some repair skill from your watch. So then you'll have 40% from your watch with a 20% mod, and then taking the other 2 mods as incoming repair. That way you heal the most because you're spreading it over 2 separate multipliers. And both of these as well as values have 20%. So they're very competitive to each other. And basically that means that you basically even out if you're going for that for incoming repairs and repair skills. The thing is though that generally in the division, that's not really the greatest way to do self-healing. Armor regen is actually kind of the way to go, especially because we have things like the memento where if you are solo and going for that kind of healing, you would take armor regen. And because again, armor regen isn't a skill healing you, it does not get affected by this incoming repairs. This also is not affecting things that like your shield and such, so it doesn't actually affect, for instance, the artificer healing a shield. So this is only healing skills, healing the player that get affected by incoming repairs. And yeah, that's a handy one to know because a lot of people get this wrong. And again, a little bit of reiteration, but yeah, that does mean that Catalyst, True Sun's repairs, all of those things don't apply. And the reason for that is also that they got actually nerfed to not apply because incoming repairs used to work, for instance, with the Pestilence, True Patriot setups of long yesteryears, where you could have basically effectively the Pestilence triggering the healing of the True Patriot set, and you would basically have a fixed regen from that. But yeah, nowadays incoming repairs only affect skills. A little rambly, man. And then we move on. Just sometimes you get it repeated over and over again until it sticks. Oh, what's next? Oh, yeah, PFE. Yeah, for that, let's go to this setup. Where's my... Yeah. Wait, where is explosive resistance there? Okay, so we do this resistance we do after this. Yeah, let me gauge up here for a second. A refactor? No. If you mean for incoming repair, no. Refactor does not affect, like, yeah, again, a talent healing you. And then the refactor has a healing gear set that thing go down. Wait, do you mean with incoming repair? No, neither of those affects incoming repair side of things. Yeah. Wait, does... I don't even remember. Because yeah, that's this. Do you mean thingy? Do you mean the headshot thingy? Reformation? Because yeah, perpetuation doesn't. I was like, does perpetuation have a healing component? But no. Wait, the rifles or Mars. But also neither of those. They do increase the healing of the skill. So this adds to the healing of the skill by 60%, but that's then, that's an, again, multiplied by the thing, but yeah, it doesn't like increase that. No. But yeah, it doesn't, it doesn't increase the incoming repair amount. It just makes the skill heal for more, and then the incoming repair makes it like, how much 20% more of the extra amount on that. So. But no, refactor is not affected by incoming repair. At least not back when I tested it, like when it came out. Wouldn't be too surprised if it's broken now, but I think I would have heard as well. Yeah. And hey there, Peter. Yeah. Let's go and oh yeah, PFE. Do I wanna wait? Let me think for a second about this. So wait, could we easily make that here? Five, six, seven, 8, 9, 10. So that would be K. That'll be 10 segments. Let me quickly see if I can, because I wouldn't mind making a quick visual thing here. Or trying to. Although wait, it would be a speed way to do it. Wait, that will even so 10 shots of wait, actually, yeah, how do we even kind of visualize this? Oh, the other way around, actually, yeah. So, oh, yeah, let's like, wait, let's try for a second. It's actually showing up at screen. So 800, 700, 500. Because for this one, I was gonna do a lot of hand gestures. I was thinking, but no, it's this number times this number. Yeah, so minus this. Yeah, so yeah, the bars are maybe we just do the calculation side here. Maybe I zoom this more. least I can easily do that. I mean, I can just do this, right? Oh, that breaks all of that as well. Then maybe we just make a duplicate here. So 0, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. Although actually, why are we doing it this way? There we go. Yeah. Now we need to make this make sense. So yeah, so well, you know what? The smart thing to do is PFE chats damage total damage there. Does that make sense? Although actually, we need to alter this now. Yeah. Yeah, let me catch up here. And it is like, yeah, doing pretty good. As I we're recording for a thing. Then I will leave that there, and then we come back here. Okay. Oh shit. This needs to be locked. So I can move this around. Yeah. I think I'll come to that in a second. Yes. As we'll move it on to protection from elites. Now, elites by themselves are just a veterancy. It is actually elites and names, because the game actually does split those two up into, very distinct categories, because, for instance, some of the things do affect names differently, like specialization weapons. But elites is basically anything above purple. So all of the yellows, which, yeah, elites by themselves, yellow, and then names, which is kind of more like a goldish tint with a name above it. Those are also elites. So this is protection from elite. This is a resistance, effectively, to incoming damage from any enemy that is elite. Now, that does mean still, though, that, for instance, when we're fighting rogues, their skills that they deploy are actually not elite. So those skills, because they have a red bar, even though some places there are skills that come with a yellow bar, but not the rogue ones, then it does actually, those do full damage to us, even if we, for instance, in this case, have 78% protection from elite. In this case, as well as just, of course, to humble brag, having 13 PFEs on this build. What, especially as well, the 13 PFEs, as quite often comes up in conversation as what is really the benefit of the 13 PFEs, or, well, first of all, they're rare, of course, so they're, the cool kit factor. But there's actually a real reason as well to go for 13 PFEs, and that is, for instance, this build. Here, if we had 12 PFEs in all 6 slots, that would mean that we would land on 72 PFE. Instead of that, with 13s, we're landing on 78, which is actually pretty close to a very important factor here, which is that protection from elite is one of the second stats we've discussed so far that has a cap. Annoyingly, it doesn't discuss its cap at all in here, where we have this, as it just shows us a number where, for instance, if we look at crit chance, which is a little bit higher, if we look at crit chance, it does say cap 60%. It doesn't actually list that here, but you just need to know that protection from elite caps at 80. And the reason that we know is that, for instance, alongside of these mods, now, of course, we could even take, for instance, a chill out here and then have another mod. If we hit 80 and go above, this number does not go above 80, whatever you do, basically. So that shows us that there is a hard cap there, and we can't go above that. And for instance, with 13 PFEs, we can reach close enough to the cap, the 78, that, for instance, because one of the sources we could have for protection from elite is survivalist, the specialization, if we take survivalist, we get 10% from that. So if you were to have, for instance, just 12s, if you wanted to be reaching the 80, so you would go to basically 82, but then cap at 80 with survivalist. Here, though, we can actually forego that and go, for instance, with firewall, where we can have this shield that, of course, boosts our damage by quite a lot. But even as well, in a group setting, just the proximity to enemies will give us we'll have a 10% damage increase for our allies, not for us, but for our allies. And that is, of course, the group component of firewall, where, for instance, Demolitionist has that 5 detox. Us just being close to an enemy gives all of our allies 10% increased damage against them. In this case as well, it's kind of different than some of those, as for instance, when we talk about a demo, or for instance, survivalist and their group bonuses applying to just our subgroup. This one is allies and applies actually to all other members of the team, which, for instance, in Countdown and Raids is everybody. So that one is actually pretty useful, and that makes it so that, yeah, in a group setting, especially as well, having the ability to have that shield for myself, and then also, provide a little bit of extra damage against, for instance, if we run into rogues, which is one of the places we use protection from elites, or I tend to quite a lot. It can also be really good for missions like the master missions and such. If you want to, for instance, solo them or such, it's become the go-to to go with protection from elites, mostly because it has a lot of elites enemies in there. The way to kind of look at protection from elite is best explained with some extra help. And I will cut it there, because that was just basically that was already 4 minutes there. Oh, we have a server restarting at the bottom there. So yeah, we need to at some point reset and just go to New York and back. No. And for that, we'll come to this really quick table that I've put together. So what we're going to discuss here is actually the reduction, how much it actually matters to have more of it, and actually, especially getting close to the cap. As you gain more and more PFE, the more impactful it becomes. That's generally the way that resistances in all games work. Because in a lot of other games, this would be seen as basically just a resistance, but then to a specific enemy type, in this case, elite. So we have protection from elite. If we are going from 0 all the way to 80% to the cap, if we take 10 shots, we're taking 10 shots from an elite enemy or a named enemy. Here, their damage is 1,000 at 0 PFE, and then as our protection from elite stat goes up, of course, that gets reduced by that amount. So 1,000 minus 10%, we get 900, and so forth, and so forth, and so forth, all the way down to this 200 that we have here. That means that the total damage that they do for those 10 shots is actually quite reduced by going all the way from 0 PFE all the way to this being 10k and all the way up to this 2000 at 80% PFE. If we were to have, let's say, 10,000 health and armor combined, just as you know, just to as for purposes of this explanation, if we have 10,000 reduced by 10,000, we have 0 remaining, all the way up to this 80 where we have 8k remaining still, even after getting 10 shots. This is, of course, the same amount that the enemy tried to do to us, but it's getting reduced down. Now, of course, there's an opportunity cost to this because, of course, instead of us being able to take more damage from those mod slots and such, we're putting that towards protecting ourselves. But the impact of it, as we go higher and higher, it becomes much more and more impactful. Going even just from 0 to 30%, for instance, basically 3 mods worth, instead of being basically dead, we're left on a third of our lives. Pushing it all the way to 80%, we're basically, you know, we can take, in effect, we will be able to take 5 times as much damage because, yeah, we got reduced by 2,000 here. So we were able to take, instead of just taking 10 shots and dying at 0%, we're able to take 50 shots. And that is actually the way to kind of think about protection from elites. The more of it that you have, and if we were to able to get to 100%, that would be great, of course, but we can't. So 80 is our cap. And because of that, trying to reach the cap or get really close to it is actually worth it once you make the choice to actually spend as much as we already do. And that's also why really going, for instance, just for 10 or 20%, even 30%, you won't really feel the difference there. But once you start pushing it up and up and up, yeah, that's when it really does start making a difference. Okay. Wait, actually, is this true? I mean, because it isn't actually, right? Brain no longer working. As that's depends on how it does it, right? Actually, I'm surprised I don't actually know the answer to this. Because is it times the 0.9 or is it divided by 1.1? Because that's different outcomes, of course. For the purpose of this example, it kind of shows it anyway. Either way. It's annoying that we don't have like incoming damage numbers in like the chat in the same way that we do for in the same way that we do for like outgoing damage. Have I never? I don't know. It's gonna just reduce. Yeah, it's just gonna go reduce by like. Right? Kind of like a rate of fire if you're under 100. It's weird that I actually have never looked into that. But yeah, either way, for the explanation there, that's good enough. Because it doesn't really matter if it is earned. Yeah, next step, let's go this, and then let's rebuild this because this has a 90%. Actually, wait. Because didn't this go from 10 to 20? Oh no, some RNK went. Actually, no, this was 20 already when I made this, right? So wait, how much are we going? This is how little I think about explosive resistance. So 10% there. And then, yeah, 6, and then okay, yeah, so yeah, so that's 90. Okay. Now RNK got changed, right? On its second stance. Like, well, a while ago as well. It's like, is this now 100 or is this 90? Yeah, let's technically go to a higher spot. Does this still make sense, kind of? That still kind of makes sense. Yeah, let's go with. Yeah. As we get to now explosive resistance, this decreases the incoming damage from explosives in the same way as, for instance, yeah, protection from elite did to elites, but then in this case from explosives. Now, this one again has a cap that it doesn't list, which is kind of annoying, in the same way as crit chance, and then now protection from elite, and now this one as well. There's a cap of 90% to explosive resistance, which it doesn't really state anywhere, but you can go over it, and that's actually how I know, is that I tried to go to 100%, but the game did not allow it, because yeah, we could make different choices than we have made here. For instance, going with RNK and then trying to get to that 100%, but we can't. Explosive resistance is, kind of costly for what it is, because you would need, in the same way as PFE, quite a lot of it. But then where protection from elites is useful in some cases, especially because we can take it through the mod slots and such, where with explosive resistance we actually can't. It needs to be one of the mainline stats, or the minor stats, minor attributes. Because of that as well, actually, yeah, it's kind of hard to get to high enough numbers where it's worthwhile, and you just don't encounter explosions often enough. Even though it is annoying whenever you do get hit by an airburst, if you kind of compare that by just getting shot, the amount of times that you've been shot by an elite, especially if you're doing, for instance, some of the legendaries where there's a lot of elites, or master missions where there's a lot of elites, a lot of the climax missions, for instance, as well, a lot of elites, you'll be shot by them a lot. You don't get hit by explosives as much. Because of that, for instance, here, the reason I have this as well, actually, if you're wondering why I have such a tanky build as this one available to me, this is a test bed. And this also, for instance, is used in some places to actually check how much damage some of the explosions do, and if some things do and don't count as explosions. Because, for instance, actually, some of the set piece things aren't actually explosions. If we think, for instance, that initial C4 that they planned at Capital, even with 90% explosive resistance and all of this armor, if I stand in that explosion radius, it will still kill me. And that's because it's just it's basically a death trigger. It's a death zone, and if you're in it, you die, regardless of whatever stats you have. And then, for instance, as well, in some, if somebody's coming at you with a mortar in the DZ, this can kind of actually survive for a little bit against them, but of course you'll just get killed by their friends, because if they're running a mortar, they have friends. No one's going to run that solo, most likely in the DZ. But yeah, explosive resistance, it is situationally, you could make a case for it, but it's basically too expensive for what it is. And because of that, yeah, we just never pick it. And there's just, you can just avoid the explosion. You can avoid the mortars. You can just roll out of the way and have more damage to have with that. Because of that, we don't often go with it, but it is a hard number reduction, basically. especially with mortars and such. If, for instance, if you're shooting an enemy that has explosive resistance in the DZ, you basically get reduced by that percentage amount, and that can make a difference on them surviving. Yeah. Explosive resistance. That's in the big. And now hazard protection, and then the whole slew of resistances. Actually, we'll do pulse resistance first, because that's before hazard protection still. Oh yeah, let's do that first. Although yeah, let's clear out this room. Do I wanna? Nah, fuck it. We'll just do it with super tanky build here. Super useless tanky build. Be sanitized. And it is the reason why I don't go with a full blue build. It's just, even with sanitation, it sucks. And even then, I'm basically already almost dead. If you ever wondered why we don't run these kind of builds. It's because even with 9 sanitation stacks, it's still that slow. Let's have that as our background first. Are you climbable? Ooh. Yeah. Oh, wait, let me catch up here. Yeah. Was anything else here? No. Yeah, let's continue on. Next up, pulse resistance first. Or maybe we do... Yeah, no. Let's just... Yeah, no. Because yeah, all of the resistances work in the same way. But I want to kind of explain that with hazard protection. Yeah, actually, we can lead into that here. And next up, we have pulse resistance. Pulse resistance is basically your effective... Let's try that again. And pulse resistance as the next one is your resistance to how long you will be pulsed. As we'll discuss in a second, the way that the resistances work is that they reduce the duration of the effect upon you. And pulse resistance does that for the pulse. Now, pulse resistance is we're going to talk about it separately here because it is kind of separate from the other ones, where this is only really useful in DZ and PvP. Really, only other players will ever pulse you. As you may have noticed, even for instance, things like the Hunters or even the Nemesis does not actually run, if you were to run pulse skills. For instance, with the Nemesis, they get a random skill. But even if you throw out a pulse or a drone, even if it gets hacked, it doesn't really pulse us in PvE. In PvE, pulse towards us is really a non-existent thing. It's really mostly us pulsing others and then, for instance, triggering flatline and such off of that. But of course, in the PvP sense, it is there. Of note, and actually that's one of the reasons, and really the only reason I wanted to have pulse resistances in here as well, is that there is one quirk with it, especially if you are going to run it for PvP, is that while at even 99%, or especially if you have a 9.9 mod as your final piece, effectively reaching 99.9% pulse resistance, that will mean that the enemy, if you are getting pulsed, for instance, by them running Heartbreaker, or they're just pulsing you outright and using Flatline or such, you will see the message which you wouldn't at 100%, that you have been pulsed, which can be really handy, of course, to know that somebody is nearby if you weren't aware of them, if they aren't shooting at you yet. Then you would see that message at 100 or below 100. And that can be actually handy to have, for instance, and keep a 9.9% pulse resistance mod. Just to, for instance, yeah, when you do get pulse, you'll get that pop-up of you have been pulsed. I might actually move that to after the other ones. Although actually they kind of said there, as we'll explain in a minute, which, yeah, it's fine. Yeah. Yeah. As we come to hazard protection. Hazard protection is basically a combined stat. Each point into hazard protection will give 1 point into all of the listed resistances beneath it, but excludes pulse resistance. That's why also pulse resistance is kind of special in that way. But each point of hazard resistance will go into each of these, and there is actually a cap to hazard protection where anything above 100, because you can reach above 100, will actually not show up. And because of that, it is also our last hard cap that we have. So protection from elite caps at 80, hazard or explosive resistance caps at 90%, and then hazard protection caps at 100%. And that would also effectively be the case even if it didn't actually hard cap, because these are all hard caps. If you have even more than 100%, it will just not show up. Hazard protection, the way that it works, and all of the resistances work in the same way, is that it reduces the duration of the status effect upon you by that percentage. So let's say we have an fire that is applied to us. It has a duration of let's say 10 seconds. If we have 10% fire resistance, it reduces that by 10%, and that fire will now burn on us instead of 10 seconds for 9 seconds. But then there's a quirk of the whole hazard system and actually the status effects in general, and that is that all of the status effects in the game, and that is also why, for instance, yeah, some of the debuffs are once per second, all of the status effects, and there's also a signifier that they are a status effect, always trigger twice per second. So every 0.5 second, effectively, they trigger once. So if you are set on fire, if you see, 300,000 as damage on the enemy, that will always trigger twice per second. So that's also why, if you're going to think about it in a DPS sense, you just need to double fire, bleed, or things like that. But then as well, that's also a signifier that, for instance, pestilence, even though it obviously isn't, because it says in the description that it's a debuff. We can also test it in other ways, as it doesn't interact with that, but it's also once per second instead of twice per second for the pestilence. But then the quirk is actually, you will become immune to things as long as you reduce the duration of the status effect upon you below half of a second. So if it only is going to be active upon you for less than half of a second, by reducing it to certain amounts. And you may have seen some of these charts around that, for instance, list for bleed, that around 93% you will be immune to bleeds. And that is based upon the stats that we have for enemies and how long their durations are for their strongest fires and bleeds and things like that. And basically how much you would need to reduce that by to reach a point where it's below half of a second and it does not apply to you anymore. That is actually the way that we become immune to hazards. And that's also important to understand that it doesn't actually reduce the damage. So if you're reducing it to the point where you maybe still get 2 ticks, 2 hits of, let's say, fire upon you, you will still take full damage of that. But of course, the duration makes it so that, if you were going to take 10 seconds and instead you're going to take just 1 second, you're going to take 1/10 of the damage that way, because, it just can't stay upon you that long. The reason also to bring up that it is enemy things, especially for those charts, is, as some may have noticed, is that, for instance, to reduce the backfire, you need 95% bleed, which is actually higher than some of the listed ones out there. And that's firstly because the backfire actually got added to the game after those tables existed, but also it isn't a hostile bleed source, it is our own bleed source. And the backfire can actually be a good way to explain this and kind of to put it into context if you didn't understand the last part, is that, for instance, there, it is a fixed duration of 20 seconds when it applies its bleed to you. Now, of course, we have the diminishing returns happening now. We'll leave that out of the discussions here because those reduces the durations as well. And they shouldn't actually apply to us, at least not in PvE, but they are. But if we go off of that 20 seconds for the backfire, we need to reduce that down to 0.5 seconds. How much do we need for that? 95.1. And that's also the amount that you would then need to reduce that from bleeding you to not bleeding you at all. And that's why also, yeah, the backfire actually does require a little bit more bleed resistance than enemy bleeds can to us. And some of those as well kind of do need some upgrading, as some stronger fires especially have been added to the game since those tables were made. But all of these resistances work in the same way, so we won't go all through all of them in that way, but these are all the status effect, which is bleed, blind death, which is actually mostly the game refers to it as blind. And then we have burn, disorient, which is also sometimes through the game discussed as confuse, as some global events challenges talk about that. Disrupt, EMP, or jamming is basically all of these. Ensnare, or being foamed in place. Poison, and shock. And yeah, all of these, of course, do either debilitate you for a certain duration or do damage to you for a certain duration, or both. And all of them are tied to this hazard protection. Now, of course, each of these also has their own separate mods. So you could have, for instance, let's say 30% hazard protection and then 2 bleed mods. You would then have generally 30% hazard protection and then a plus 20% from 2 mods, being 50% bleed resistance. So all of those are basically additive to each other, and hazard protection, in the same way as, for instance, weapon handling, is just a combined stat together. Yeah. That was a lot of talking. 642. That makes sense. I feel I kind of lost that some way halfway through. But that kind of makes sense, right? That kind of made sense. Makes sense. Made sense. Did it make sense? You know, as in dollar cents. That's all blue stats, right? I'm not forgetting something. No, that's all blue stats, yeah. Yeah, let's go to New York and back. Then we'll have to get back to the same spot because, yeah, the timer at the bottom. Also, that's shit. Because this is how it's going to take the timer away. Because actually, I realize now. The recording will have that timer at the bottom there. Shit. I should have... Why did I keep... Why... Should have actually, yeah, just gotten, like, rebooted the game just to get rid of the timer. Why didn't I do that? Yeah, let's maybe actually let's go back to DC. Let's restart the game so that the timer goes away, because that won't until I do. Because even here, so if you do get that timer, if you go to like New York and back, or just basically any session change, the game will basically put you on a different server, and this is just that server you were on restarting, and this timer will reach 0, most likely. Sometimes it still goes wrong, but usually if you session change the game, like the game is smart enough to put you on a different server, but the timer still keeps going. Yeah, let's actually then, yeah, let's quit and restart, because that timer stays there. I should have actually realized that. That's fine though. It's just for a few segments there. And then, yeah, we move on to yellow stats, because yeah, we have a whole slew of other stats to go through still. But yellow stats there aren't that many. Like here with blue, we had actually more than yellow. So this is already 48. Is that 40 or 48? It's kind of hard to read there. 48 minutes. What was the red stat? How long was the red stat one, actually? And in the background, I'm loading back up the game. 48. I'm considering, because I realize now, like, the yellow stats are gonna, oh well, how long are the yellow stats gonna be? Because skill tier, skill damage, haste, status effect, skill health. Oh, we have also things like total skill damage and stuff, actually, that I didn't even remember. I'm considering giving it a different intro, and then we slap an outro on it there. And we just do blue stats by itself. Because yeah, going through it there, I already realized, like, oh yeah, we need like things like hazard and stuff that we need to, like, will take a bunch of time. Let's maybe do that. Let's maybe do blue stats by itself. Because then likely Thursday we'll do, because basically tomorrow and Wednesday we'll set up and record the stockbroker video, and then like Sunday we'll record the yellow stats then. Did we do that? I think we did that. Because I think it's going to be another half hour to do the yellows. That might make this too long. It's already pretty long. So wait, what was our intro? Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, into blue and yellow stats. Continuing our look into stats as we've gone over the red. Yeah, we basically redo that intro and then just slap an outro on it, and because otherwise it's gonna go way too long. And then we just make it blue stats and then yellow stats by itself. Yeah, let's do it that way. I think that makes the most sense. Let's get back to where we were. Yeah, I'm gonna cheat as well and just use mouse and keyboard. Let's get there quicker. Splash! Get you all a present. True sons. It's a lot of lead. Watch out, it's hot. I come bearing lead poisoning. Yeah, it's also exactly the thing we did with the red stats, actually, in the end. It was just like, oh yeah, no, this, we need to cut it off after. Should I actually realized. Although that's the dangers of like winging it. This is one I'm definitely like, I'm kind of winging. Although I kind of made an order in my head and such, but there's no script here that we're following. Yeah, because let's do that, and then I do still want to get those last 5 levels, because this is the last day of the double season XP. Might as well get those last 5 levels in. Everybody burn now. Damn. I feel that should be sanitation's like. I should just make a soundboard thing. When you trigger sanitation. Let's maybe or at least wear this blue backpack. Firewall technicians and survivalists in this character. I kind of like it with the double white weapon, so let's take that. Yeah, but then just the blue backpack there. That's kind of where intro was. And yeah, let me catch up here. So lure explanation for this. They were all black. Well, there's 2 actually factions. Well, 3 technically even. Because yeah, you have the underground and you have the ambushers, which are distinct ones. Because yeah, you have the chain guys, which don't speak, and you know, for instance, the chill squads in in retaliations are those. But yeah, they're just the underground. I mean, they're called the underground. And yeah, they you see them in the sewers a lot, and they only come up at night. And then yeah, the trash pandas, the ambushers are just kind of just. But yeah, there's no like full lore reason. Don't think they even. Do they have a card and stuff? Do they even have a collectibles and stuff? Because yeah, they don't have any names. Are they in here maybe? Actually, they're not even in here. Yeah. Oh, this is for Black Tusk. Are they in here actually? Don't think either. But yeah, they're just basically filler. And then in New York, you also have the Raiders, which are basically Division 1 style rioters. In Division 1, they were known as Raiders, and then Division 2, their faction name is Raiders, which also a little odd. Yeah. So instead of... So wait. What did I say in the intro? Oh, I removed the intro. Let's put that back. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look into blue and yellow stats, continuing our look into stats as we've gone over the red ones, or those to kill stated within the game. Yeah. Yeah. So... what was my name again? It was Bert, right? Bert. Actually, yeah. That was my name, right? Bert. Yeah. Bert and Ernie. Yeah, no, let's... Enough yoking around. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth... I forgot what series this was. I was about to say I want to ramble on for a bit about, which is a different series. But take 2. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look into the blue stats, as we've covered the red stats so far, and we're gonna cover the yellow ones in the future. But for this video, we're gonna go through all of the blue stats in the game and explain how they work and how they kind of behind the scenes work, and explain how to think about some of them as well. As especially with the blue stats, it can really help to kind of conceptualize them in different ways, and we'll go over those. Everything will be timestamped down below, so you can jump to any specific point if you're looking for one specific stat or another. But we'll cover all of the blue stats here. And yeah, let's go. Get started. Why am I so lispy? Why am I lisping all over the place? I joined Slytherin. And for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look into the specific point if you're looking for one specific stat or another. But we'll cover all of the blue stats here. And yeah, let's go. Get started. It's a little lispy. But okay, it wasn't as bad as I thought it was with the lisp. We did the outro here now that it's dark. Nah, let's get to that. So we made it all the way up to, yeah. So, so just to kind of keep it. So we made it up to a point, so I want to reach that point again. Basically, I will take a... Although maybe we'll do it just in the space shuttle room. And then we'll leave the Mars room and like the final hall for the yellow stats. We'll just do the yellow stats there. That gotta make sense, right? Beak. Okay. Beak. Poke. Indeed. Hi, my name is Bob. Yeah. Or we just go full like 2000s and I just go like, Hi, my name is what? My name is who? My name is Major Tom Sargent. The general in charge, or the private in charge of general major disturbances. The private, oh no, the general in charge of private corporal punishment. Anyhow, we didn't start the fire. Oh yeah, let's just take this as our outro spot. Oh yeah, why are there birds in here? I remember asking this like 2 weeks ago, but again, why are there birds in here? Why are these government spying things in here? Yeah, let's so yeah, that was the intro. Let's actually change the name on this to just, instead of blue yellow, to blue on the folder. And on the, no, don't start. God damn it, I didn't double click. Go away, Photoshop. Nobody likes you. I mean, I like you, but I don't like you right now. No, go away. No, you don't need to load. You don't need to load. I didn't double click. I clicked. I mean, I did double click, but I did very slowly. So just trying to change the name. Yeah. Let me catch up here for a second. Yeah. I just, in here, I never like remember them being in here, at least I remember. But maybe they were always there and just never noticed before. General's private, so yeah. Actually, yeah, that's that one. Which actually is even true with General Anderson's privates. Except, you know, not those privates, but the other privates. Is anyone dead on arrival better than the current ACS RPM stacking, in your opinion? With no info? Yeah. Overall, I mean, it's an ACS that goes more birth than a normal ACS. So yeah. Obvious thing is that it's because also from a DPS standpoint, it's the exact same DPS, but yeah, it's just its RPM is going like above 20%, and its DPS, or its damage per. Where is it? Yeah, so this is going up 20%. This is going down 20%. So the DPS stays exactly the same, but it stacks 20% faster. So for stacking, I mean, it's in the name. It's literally in the name. Stack Broker. It's going to be our go-to stacker moving forward. The only thing that will kind of, you know, be like competitive is like Rock and Roll for 200 stacks. But even then, you would likely be better off taking this and going to like 100. Well, you can get 160 stacks out of it if you land every pellet, but much more likely you're going to land like, you know, let's say 130 or something, right? You're going to miss like 30 pellets. But even then, you're much more likely better off to just take that to 130 and then just start shooting your AR, I would think. We'll actually look into it. We're going to do an in-depth look on it, like most items. So. Don't have an ACS with detox, yeah, effectively. And then also, yeah, it's going to be pretty good for stacking, especially. The thing is, though, it's not going to be good if you were like maining the ACS or something, which sometimes you do kind of, because the thing is, the ammo economy is now even worse on it. So, yeah. Yeah, let's record the outro there, because then we're free and we can go and do some other stuff. Let's actually even push the exposure even further. See if we, well, it's kind of readable actually still, right? But yeah, let's highlight the birds here. Can I? I don't like the left side of that composition there. Yeah, let's take it like that so we don't have the back of the pillar. Yeah. And that brings us to the end here as we went through all of the blue stats there. And yeah, all of these blue stats are, of course, yeah, quite important to kind of understand, especially things like incoming repair are often misunderstood, and I hope you have a better grasp of it now. And especially, yeah, the ways of thinking about PFE and armor regen is definitely something I wanted to cover. We'll do the similar thing, of course, as well in not too long of a time, hopefully, with the yellow stats. As likely the next video I'm going to do is, of course, going to be about the stockbroker, as that's going to join us, well, when this video is, by the time you see this video, it's already going to be in the game. I do want to cover that and kind of what the implications are there, but we can already kind of say that is just going to be pretty good for stacking, especially. But I do want to cover it and, of course, as well, take it up against the rock and roll and such and see what that means for instance, stacking to 200. That'll be upcoming together with the yellow. And of course, we're going into a new season, so we'll likely see a lot of in-depth looks about that. I'm also going to move the tipping skills build showcase, as I was planning, to the next season. As of course, we're getting some brands that will kind of shake things up a little bit, and might as well just do it then and do it in-depth together with the new brands we're getting. So all of those will be coming up in the future. If you did enjoy this video or found it informative, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. It does help out. So I'll do that little bit of shilling here. And as always, have a good night. And as for the video, for those watching live, as yeah, we were recording some stuff, and yeah, I just changed the intro and the outro there. But yeah, we just needed the outro there especially. And that brings us to the end here as we went. Yeah, might as well go and finish this mission because we're basically 2 rooms away from the boss fight. Actually, let's have chat back up on screen. And I'll edit that video together likely tomorrow. Actually, tomorrow morning I might be able to. Although likely I'll do it after the stream here by myself. But yeah, it will be this, but then 20% faster. So we can say no to that. You know already I'm gonna make a r/Wall Street bet or something joke about it. Likely in the intro on it, I'm on that thing. I'm just gonna go like, should we take the Wall Street bet on this or not, or something like that. Yeah. Jeez. Yeah, I think so. We'll likely still, although maybe. We'll likely still at some point see the Alejandro, the MG34 / well, I've been told it's a set me actually copy basically, but I mean it's a copy, so technically. But I won't be too surprised if we see that still at some point. But I'm not expecting too much from this stack broker. thing will be, because yeah, as we kind of like actually with the rate of fire and kind of with the red stats can discuss, if you can have like either 20%, because that's exactly what's happening here, right? We can either have basically 20% less RPM but 20% more base damage versus 20% more, you know, RPM there. Well, if we're going, you know, if stockbroker was first, basically, right? Like the normal ACS would be 20% more base, but then 20% less RPM. So the DPS is the exact same, but thing is though that that's actually a worse proposition, because you lose in sustained DPS and the burst DPS stays the same. You lose in sustained DPS and you lose in damage per mag. But of course, the thing here is that you stack faster, which is just, you know, an auxiliary thing of it. But if we're just using it for stacking, yeah, it's just 20% faster stacking. Only thing I am actually now kind of, as it got brought up there, I wasn't even thinking about it that much before, because I was kind of considering more just like this you take for 100. And then like rock and roll you would still maybe take for 200. But actually I would be curious to see if how that works out, because even maybe with the reload you would like maybe be ahead. Likely would be like, yeah, way ahead going into the reload, but might even be ahead coming out of the reload, and then it would like stack still faster than that. Which you kind of just... But that we can kind of, you know, we'll calculate that out, because that's pretty simple. We just take the firing time of each and then the stacks that we have at each point, and then well, we could even do it right and remove the striker stacks lost. And yeah, 196. It's one thing I was thinking, because I have Manning as my thingy. Because if I go and do Manning and then Coney, I would still need some more cleaners. I would need the cleaner, because yeah, that'll get us our outcast, definitely. I would still need a cleaner bounty after. That's a lot though, but yeah, that gets us a weekly as well. But actually, by the time I get there, the double will be over, right? Because yeah, just Manning by itself is going to put me on 999. Or even over is going to actually be enough for... Oh no, it's going to put me on 999, yeah. So maybe we don't do that one. Screw the weekly. Maybe. We'll see. But I wouldn't be too surprised if it still comes to Div 2. That wouldn't surprise me too much. But then let's maybe swap back character. Let's maybe run that. Let's just pop this real quick. Let's go back to the other character and run the Umbra tech tank. And then we'll just do a mission or two and just... you know what? I'm going to abandon this one already here, because I'm just not going to do it. Ain't nobody got time for that. I'll take an exotic here for... Actually, you know what? If I have that, because I might actually have one up. Actually, no. Most of the... Got the New York, because actually a supply drop for an exotic item, I'll take that. Because the New York here should be green as well. So. As long as I need. Oh well, we'll go to it in a second, because I actually got a decent one there. Let's get this one out of the way. And then anyway. Actually, I'm just gonna run it with, because also actually the batteries died on that controller, and I don't have batteries lying around, so Screw that. We'll just go back to keyboard and a mouse. Yeah, let's go get that one, especially with this here. This is why I keep my New York green. It helps with stuff like this. So that we can have supply and hostage rescues aplenty. Oh wow, actually. So yeah, instead of pistol headhunting, I don't have that much difficulty actually with a lot of controller. I feel I might actually even make a kind of rambling talk about that. Maybe. On controller, now that I kind of have done it for a bit. Even though we basically just did like 4 days or something, but even then, you know. Because honestly, the thing with it is, it's kind of, you know, like the oh, I need 2 people for healing, right? I feel the curves on this is like pretty overlapping, basically. Is it 5 times tomorrow? Yes. The 5 times, no, actually no, the 5 times isn't tomorrow. So the 5 times is Thursday. Yeah, so 27th of November. Tomorrow is Hollywood, sorry. Ray went with both of them together. But yeah, tomorrow we'll have Hollywood, and then Thursday we'll have to actually see as well if it's like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, most likely, and then not even Monday with the 5 times. Because that's the way they did it. They should just do it for a week. Like, for me, I don't care. I'm not going to play that. Like, from Thursday onward, I'm definitely not going to play Division 2. Because definitely jumping. Likely already tomorrow we'll jump into some Space Marines after. Likely I'll do an afternoon of Division and then an evening of Space Marines. It's kind of the plan for tomorrow. Because yeah, I have no interest in the 5 times. I'm burning myself out before the next season. Yeah, let's go back to let's grab something for them. What are either of these? So this is 1060. This is Federal or Viewpoint. Let's just take that one. I'll just accidentally do that at some point. But yeah, let's go do that other character because I want to kind of run the Umbra Tech Tank. Although, well, territory is not actually. Public execution is usually the go-to for that. You know what, actually, just for a moment, because I actually haven't seen the Tom Sargent on a male character. But yeah, let's actually turn all these characters into Tom Sargents then. Because we've already done the other 3 there, I see. I just quickly want to see it on a... I mean, the glasses don't matter. Alright, that does look kind of bulky, yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely not as bulky as some stuff. It's mostly the pants, they're just baggy. That doesn't look that bulky. Because especially if compared to, like, you know, that, for instance. Or even Dragov. Where's Dragov? James Dragov. Or was it just Dragov? Oh, no, here. That looks still a bench bulk here. But I just want to see it on a male model. Let's go back to that other character. Oh yeah, let me get and hey the tickle, and thank you so much for the raid there. It's always much appreciated. All over here as well. I'm gonna not be going way too much longer, but definitely still appreciate your support there. Oh yeah, well, I almost typed /invite in there. Just force of habit of / commands being usually like /join /invite or /chat. Yeah, but I'll be jumping into Spishma range. We might also dip into Div 1 for like a little bit here or there, but actually no, we were just in this mission for recording earlier, right? So I just need to go and add Roosevelt. And actually Roosevelt by itself looks likely I will ever reach the 100. So we even got to that cap on this account, even without the journey stuff. And also, actually, I didn't spend that much time this week playing in the end. But I can take yeah. Thank you so much for the raid. Oh, yeah, welcome in, raiders. Over here, I was recording something earlier, so that's kind of just winding down from that, and I'm just going back to just playing a little. Just getting some time to finish up. I'm 196, might as well reach that 200. I was so easy actually on second account with the journeys and scouts saved. On this account, I didn't save anything, so this was all done now, basically. You know, just doing priority objectives and stuff like that. You know what? I'm not gonna matchmake for here. I want to run the Umbra Tech Tank here. I should grab some ammo. Wait. Oh, is that what invaded? Why did my brain go? There's a or is that maybe with the Kelso one, or there's a ammo box at the start there. Oh no, invaded must have that because yeah, you fight that other wave before, right? So but yeah. Also, yeah, let me actually catch up as I kind of missed a bunch of stuff I realized there. Oh, what's the most efficient season XP? Farm, party missions, strongholds. In a simple way, yes. So without extra outside help, yes, that's because especially doing It's not just strongholds, it's especially the fast strongholds. So especially DUA and Roosevelt are really good for that. Capital if you have to. Because that one's a little slower. Tidal and Manning can be a little bit too long for what it takes. And then missions as well. So some of the faster missions, especially if you get things like Lincoln or a lot of the DC missions, basically. DCD, even Federal, even though the boss fight is kind of long. But a bunch of those quick missions. That's kind of without extra things kind of the fastest. Then you can bounty cheese. Actually, I did bounty cheese, right? So that was actually like 40 levels or something of the 200 I did. But then yeah, specifically the Downtown East bounty cheese, for instance. But you kind of that requires a setup. But the very fastest way is, I would think, actually, a Summit Floor 100. But that requires either you yourself having multiple accounts, or having other people to help out, or somebody else with multiple accounts, or just kind of trading off who sits out. That's technically the fastest, but yeah, you can't just do that without anything else, because yeah, you can do it once basically, unless you have somebody saving the checkpoint effectively, which have I ever played any PoE? No, not really. Played a tiny bit of actually the story version, but not the not the one that usually people mean when they talk PoE. Well, that's 2, right? Actually. That is the same game, right? Actually. And then like it got reworked into the ARPG. Or am I even mistaken on that? Actually, now that I think about it, I'm not actually even sure that's the same. Because that one's kind of more like... Because that has pausing, right? Even though it's kind of ARPG-ish, more so than like Baldur's Gate or something. But yeah, not to a significant extent. Not that interested as well, especially like on like the ARPGs. I kind of I played a lot of them in the past though, but so Diablo up to 3, but 2 I've played a lot, and even some bunch of others through time. But kind of Diablo 3 was my kind of last one that I really put some time in, but by that point I was kind of out of RPGs as well. Nowadays, if I have the choice to have like a game like Division, or even some of the others like First Descendants or Warframe or stuff like that, like kind of prefer those, if I'm honest. I would prefer the third person way instead of the top down way. It's feel nice to be back on mouse and keyboard. But as I mentioned, I was playing a lot on controller this last week just to kind of challenge myself, just trying it out a little bit, and just to, especially as well through the years, a lot of people have said a lot of things of what is and isn't possible on controllers. A lot of it I already knew was like not true. When people go like, you can't snipe with a hotshot build on mouse and, or on controller. Like, yeah, you can't exactly in the same way as a mouse and keyboard, but like more than enough to be still effective. The only one that took me like a little bit to get into was just or what I would say is still also like, yeah, definitely a lot easier with the snapping that you can do on, on a mouse. You can do that to that much more consistently, just snap and then readjust and then try to get the head with like Regulus and stuff. Oh yeah, let me catch up here actually. This one's kind of worth having, and actually if you have the Heartbreaker one, it just takes, you take out the 4 or well, the crit chance, crit damage is a slight bit different, so basically you just take out the pieces you have Heartbreaker and just put these pieces instead. I wouldn't per se like highly recommend this one though. Keep in mind that here it's kind of running on the modifier and stuff, and this character has a decently green world. Like the modifier is helping here a lot. Like I'm not even keeping stacks up high. Well, because my recommended will still always really lean towards the Heartbreaker and the Striker. And then yeah, Negotiator is decent, this is decent, OD is decent. High-end was like okay, but now also no longer exists. Because really the reason to make this would be just to have like the Umbra playstyle. Which is a good enough reason. Like there's nothing wrong with that. Just to have something different. But you should go into it with that knowledge. Just so I'm not selling you a bad used car. If I'm gonna be a used car salesman, I'll try to be honest still there. Not like, we shall name no names, but everybody knows. Because it's stuff like this where you have to kind of sit in cover. But then on the other hand, like I have damage up front, so I can just go for the heavy and just drop him. Real quick. Should just, and yeah, we'll definitely calculate that out. I'm going with flatline here. I'm actually not sure that's not, like needed. Or like the way to go. Could likely still, even with Umbra, extract more from Killer. Oh, actually, so 150. Does Umbra's crit actually show up in the stat screen? Don't actually. Oh, it does, right? Yeah. So 233 likely at full stacks, right? I guess 233. So 233 plus 70, so 400 over 400 divided by 333. Oh, killer is still 20%. Wait, that doesn't make sense. What? No. Oh no, of course it's and then times 0.6. So that's why I did it wrong. So how much would that be? So 403. 403 divided by 333 is, and then times 0.6. I know, so 0.2 or 0.2. It was like, God damn it. I need to do -1 first, actually, right? That's the answer. I know how to do match. God damn it. Why am I doing it in a calculator? Let's go over here. Where's this? Like, so 403 over 333 is this number divided by this number is this number -1 is this number times 0.6. What's the readout? 12%. Why is this wrap around like that? I don't know that. Powerful. It just doesn't. Okay. Let me just merge these things. So yeah, 12.6. But that's when it's active, so maybe flatline makes sense here. Because we can just take the crit multiplier and just calculate off of that. That's the only thing getting affected by that. Because, yeah, flatline is a flat 15%, but then... Although, well, actually, no, we would have more crit. I would have 12 more crit, actually. Because, yeah, the link laser pointer. We'll calculate that on build at some point. But the killer definitely is getting hit kind of... on Umbra. And then as well, we need a kill where this is just always active. But the next season, we'll definitely calculate that before we make the build picture. Because it's going to get its build picture in then. With next season. Something is behind me. I wish you would get stacks when cover to covering though. Actually, that could be like the buff for Umbra, right? That could actually be a pretty hefty change there. Because then at least you can kind of cover to cover just to kind of have mobility and then still get stacks while you're doing that. Still can't fire in that time anyway. 27. Now it's gonna get this mission done. Will this be enough for 200? Most likely, actually. As if we do reach 200, we'll likely round it out there. Because I don't want to make it too late. I want to maybe even edit that video together tonight and then... So tomorrow I'll be jumping on for... I'm thinking I'm going to do it with like an afternoon and an evening. Is likely how I will do it. And it's going to be afternoon, evening. In the afternoon, we're going to go and do join Toasty and Prime for some masters. As we'll do some community runs, basically. Which will be fun with those two. And now, yeah, we'll go till likely we have no more takers. And whatever that is, and then I'll likely jump off after that and then come back in the evening. No, yeah, likely in the evening. Although, well, we'll see how it goes. I might jump into Div 2 first and then just do a little bit of work on the stats broker and such. Yeah, we'll see how, well, we'll see how I feel tomorrow. Shouldn't try to plan too much. We'll go with the flow. We'll flow with the go. Stop shooting me. I wouldn't mind actually calculating out how much this competes against the Striker Tech Tank. You know, one big project next season is going to be all of the DPS stables and such. Basically need a seeing to because of unit coming in, especially if everything stays as is. Stat wise, brand wise. Maybe I charge up my laser. So I have these shotgun, right? Oh, actually, that's not the AC. I forgot I put a Sweet Dreams just for the shits and the giggles on this. You know what? Let's leave a few alive. Not that guy. Let's see if they all go to the same spot. I'm kind of curious. Oh yeah, we did reach 200, so you know what? Yeah, let's. Because the last time we followed them, they go all the way to the end of the bridge and then just stop. It was just one guy. Kind of curious. Let's sate my curiosity here. We'll go and have a look again where they go. Mommy, where do outcasts go when Roosevelt is over? Don't ask stupid questions. Mommy, why is your voice so butch? Because I smoke 17 packs a day. The annoying thing here is like, yeah, there's like a bajillion things they'll run into. Oh, actually, you know what we should do for testing for this? Set the world to normal and then do the mission on heroic, because yeah, the enemies will be heroic skill, these enemies. Because here they're gonna run into, yeah, like these guys, for instance. Are they still? Did they get killed? I mean, they were just the two reds. Ah, yeah. They got eliminated by the Black Tusk. Let's see the other one. Oh, there. There's Sack. Maybe we should have like a ton of enemies up. And then, yeah, set the world to normal. And then see if they go back there again. But yeah, let's take it back to base. Let's go find somebody to raid as well as we'll pay it forward in a minute. As always, the danger between me and Tickle of just like we end around the same time, so I always feel like when I'm raiding him of like, is he maybe ending or not? Oh. Let's maybe see. What are they doing here? It's legendary. Ah, okay, so they still have at least 20 minutes there. We'll go raid Sharky, as we haven't raided them much recently. But yeah, they're doing legendary Roosevelt. Oh no, not Roosevelt. Manning. Legendary. Yeah, my brain is gone, and soon so will I be, off the internet at least. There's all shit. Yeah, recently we did it once. I remember doing it like ages ago, and I think like back then they also just went to the end of the bridge, and then like that's their waypoint spot, and then they just freeze basically at the edge of the zone. But I haven't done it in forever. But I was kind of curious if maybe some other enemies. Maybe go further or something. Because usually they're heading to a door to despawn when they're like running away and stuff. So I was kind of hoping the same here. I can imagine, yeah. That's a lot of floors. Last night, not sure. Oh no, but well, I definitely appreciate his support there as well. And yeah, we'll raid each other a bunch like as well in the coming weeks as it'll get busy again with the new season and such. Then left Jazz Grenadier, yeah. Yeah, they wake up at like 9 p.m. and then they just, they just hate. And then at 10 p.m. they hate even more. 11 p.m. is, or 11 a.m. is of course breakfast, consisting of hate. Yeah. Hate. Let me tell you of hate. Like 10 years ago, I could do that whole speech off my head, like off the top of my head, but, oh, well, not the whole, it's a very long speech, but like the first like 5 sentences, but. Because I did always love that. I have no mouth and I must scream like intro text. Does normal kill well? Alright, I lose a second every often. I'm shooting him or something. I think it does actually, yeah. I know it does as well. I wouldn't per se specifically tested it, but I would guess I don't think it I don't think those systems, because Pasty has wall jumps to wildlife and stuff, so I don't think any of those systems really see wildlife as anything else as enemies. And yeah, let's go and raid over onto Sharky, who's doing some legendary manning. Oh, there is with Dean as well. So, and then yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll be jumping on in the afternoon. We'll do some. We'll be doing some masters, some community masters with Toasty. And yeah, if anybody's interested in that, sign up is in Wipe Squad. So if you haven't done your masters yet, or you want some help with that, yeah, we'll be doing. And yeah, if you are on PC as well, of course. We'll be doing a bunch of those tomorrow, and yeah, enough yapping for me. I'm gonna go edit that video together and have that ready for tomorrow, as I'll also go up tomorrow, but likely way after the stream anyway. But yeah, enough yapping. Let me catch up some of the last ones here if I missed anything. This one, yeah. Indeed, as said there as well, I'm gonna just we're gonna just round it out, and I'm just gonna say thank you all for joining me. I hope to catch you in the future, and as always, have a good night.